conference will now be recorded.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the Senate Special Committee on COVID-19. We are here with myself, Senator Michelle Kidani, Senator Kurt Favela, Senator Donna Mercado Kim, Senator Sharon Moriwaki, online with Senator Jarrett Keohokolole, and Chair Senator Donovan De La Cruz will join us shortly. Our agenda this morning is with the Office of the Governor, Chief of Staff Linda Chu Takayama, followed at 12 o'clock by Douglas Murdock, Chief Information Officer for Office of Enterprise Technology, and 12:45 by Rona Suzuki, Director, Department of Taxation, followed at 1:30 by Director Riker Wada, Department of Human Resources Development. Linda Chu Takayama, are you there? Linda, are you there?
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I'd just like to say that as of today, we have 504 confirmed positive for COVID-19, and we have this is out of 19,213 tested by clinical and state laboratories. That has resulted in 18,680 negative reports. I would just note that our testing is among the highest per capita in the country, more so even than certain countries, I guess. So we have been doing a lot of testing. We look forward to doing more. The only problem, of course, for us is the limited supply of testing materials. This is a problem that has been expressed by governors across the country, and we are trying to work with the federal government to try to get as many supplies in as we can, both for the testing side as well as for medical supplies for healthcare workers. We are expecting a number of shipments to come in sometime later this week, although I do have to say that supplies are running a little bit short. We're no different than most other states, and so we're trying to conserve as much as possible the testing that is being done to those that are probably most likely to be positive tests. So they're not kind of random testing, but we are kind of staying on top of it. So at this point, 502 positive, which is fairly good for a population of our size. And we're hoping to keep it at that rate, maintaining the social distancing practices, as well as asking people, where possible, to wear their face masks out in public and to avoid large crowds. That seems to have been working fairly well for us. We'll continue to be doing that. What is especially effective, we've been finding, is the restriction of visitors to our state. Although we do have a number of instances where people try to sneak through, those are very limited. So we have probably less than 100 people, visitors coming in daily, where once upon a time it was in excess of 30,000. So we are looking at those kinds of results and are very happy with that. We do note that me. So
We're getting a feedback. I'm not sure if it's from your.
yeah, I only have my computer on, so
Okay.
I don't know if that results in feedback or not, but anyway. So we are continuing with the stay-at-home program currently throughout the end of the month. There will have to be a decision point as we get closer as to whether that's extended or not. Most of the states, and including the federal government, will also have a similar benchmark date. And I understand that there is an effort among the various states to begin collecting information, what every state is planning to do come April 30th. Some of those kinds of reports may have an impact on us. We don't know quite what it is just yet. But for instance, just today, some of the Western states have indicated that they might group together regionally to decide what, if anything, they're going to do to relax the restrictions that they have in place for April 30th. And again, that may or may not impact us. We're waiting to see what that might be. In our weekly conference call with the Vice President and other members of the federal administration, we were informed today that they do believe that any relaxation of the restrictions should be done on a regional basis. And you may recall that to some extent, it was those restrictions were imposed regionally when they started. So it looks like it might go the same way as we lift them. For Hawaii, we haven't made any conclusions as of yet, wanting to see where we stand as we get a little bit closer to April 30th. But I think, as I mentioned before, some of us think that the tough restrictions have been successful in keeping our numbers very low. Now, what happens if we relax those restrictions too soon is a concern. So we will be looking at that very closely. Those kinds of things will be in the bailiwick of General Hara and his operation. So we'll have to see how those things go. In addition, I think some of you may be aware that we've established a economic and community recovery plan through that will be headed up by Alan Oshima. So he is rounding up various sectors of our community to try to figure out what happens actually beyond April 30th and how do we get back on the road to recovery. We are kind of concerned about what our community will look like as we go down the road, since the expectation is that the virus isn't just going to go away as of April 30th. Might be around for a while until such time as we have either a vaccine, a cure, or a good way to determine who is infected and who is not. We had high hopes for the Abbott Laboratories test, which is supposed to bring results within 15 minutes. The test is not as easy to conduct as maybe folks have been led to believe, in that it does require experienced, technologically capable healthcare workers to administer and process, for one. And for each machine, they can do one test every 15 minutes. So, 4 in an hour. Which may not be as quick as we would like it. Secondly, the test kits that are, although we have machines here provided by the federal government, the test kits are in limited supply. And each kit that we have, I think they only gave us 5, if I'm not mistaken, per machine, each one which does about 100 or so tests. So it's not a sufficient enough amount to do any widespread testing. Future test kits, we have been told, will be designated to the so-called hot spots in the country, such as, New York, Washington, New Jersey, places like that. So we're not likely to be first in line to get those additional kits. And also, we have also been told that the states cannot directly order these kits, that only the federal government will have access to the kits. So it's not like, we can kind of go around the order and get some on our own. So it looks like the Abbott Labs test is not going to be readily available for widespread use to us, at least not for a while. It's possible that there may be other similar kinds of tests coming down the pike, but none readily available at this point in time. So we're continuing to conduct the testing through our regular channels. There is, of course, the Department of Health lab. In addition, the 2 commercial labs here, clinical labs and diagnostic labs, I believe have now been certified to do the testing locally, which means that results should be more available, more readily available than they have been in the past. I know some of you have been tested before and have to wait more than 2 weeks in order to get your results. Hopefully that's no longer the case, but we're kind of monitoring that on a regular basis. So I guess I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
He's coming from over there, not coming from here.
Thank you, Linda. Hang on just a second. We're having some technical difficulties. Is it us?
I don't know if it might be coming from her because this is the first time.
Yeah.
Okay. Senators, questions? Senator Donna Mercado Kim.
Hi, good morning, Linda.
Good morning.
Can you give us an update? Last time we spoke with you, we had a couple requests for the governor. I believe the one on the letter and on RIMPAC, and there might have been a couple others. I can't recall. Can you just update us so that people listening can also get that response?
Yes, with regard to RIMPAC, Governor has been in contact with Indo-PACOM. This is the group that is responsible for all military activity in the Pacific and the Indian area. So he's been working with them, trying to figure out whether, if RIMPAC goes forward, is there a way that we can protect Hawaii by refusing to allow any of the personnel on board the ships to disembark. We have not gotten a firm response yet as to whether RIMPAC can go forward in some abbreviated fashion or not, but we're trying to be as accommodating as we can without allowing any of them to actually come on land and be a danger to the citizens here, recognizing that it is equally important for the military to be able to conduct these exercises, and is one of the main reasons why we have such a big military presence here, which has been very helpful both to our security as well as to our economy. So we're she has made contact with them and is trying to work that out. What was your second question, Senator? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Well, the other one was whether we had encouraged the governor to sign the letter to President Trump asking for to limit the non-essential travel If there's anything that we are getting emails on, those are the two areas. One, limiting travel, and two, canceling RIMPAC. And so people are emailing us. I'm hearing So, if those kinds of information can be get out from you folks to the public, it would be very helpful. So what is the status on that?
Yes. He has been in contact, Governor has been in contact with all of the Federal Aviation Administration folks who have jurisdiction over the airport. And it's very clear that they believe very strongly and will enforce the non-discrimination part of the passengers coming to Hawaii. We have carte blanche in terms of what happens to the passengers once they get here. So to the extent that FAA is not going to allow us to restrict passengers on boarding, we can do what we need to prevent them.
That was not the question. Again, the three mayors had asked President Trump to restrict non-essential travel, and President Trump said he needs a letter from the governor. So our question was, and the people that are emailing us want to know why the governor is not signing such a letter or such a request to the president, whether he approves it or not. Why is he not requesting it?
I will pass that along to the governor, but his concern at the time was being able to work with FAA and, not...
She told us that last time, and we had asked that question again, specifically about him signing the request.
Okay, I will pass that along to him.
Okay, now
Can we just clarify that, Linda? We are not asking the governor to ask FAA to shut down the airport. We are asking him to sign a letter to the president, which the three mayors did, to restrict non-essential travelers. There's a big difference in what we're asking that you guys are quoting us on.
Okay, got it.
the follow-up to that is you said once the passengers get here, we can determine what happens. So when we spoke with General Hara last week, there was a concern that many visitors are coming without a 14-day reservation for hotel or any kind of stay. So how can they then comply with a 14-day quarantine? And so if their reservation is less than 14 days, the request is that they not be allowed to stay and that they go back, because traveling back and forth on transportation, be it taxis, Uber, or public transportation, is not being in quarantine. And so therefore, they should not be allowed to stay. So he said he couldn't do that because he doesn't have that authority, which I don't understand.
She had to turn her volume down on her side.
Linda, can you try? I'm getting feedback on my mic too.
Yes, we are all getting feedback.
You think it's me?
Yeah, can you try turning your volume down?
Turn my volume down, okay?
Why would that impact our feedback?
Okay, my volume's down now. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and the feedback's gone away for now. Thank you.
Oh, so maybe it was me. Sorry.
We're not sure. We'll see as we go along. Are you done with your question?
She didn't respond.
Oh. But repeat your question, Senator Kim.
The response is we control the passengers once they get here. Why can't we not send them back if they don't have a reservation for 14 days so they can comply with the 14-day quarantine?
We have been turning visitors around if they can show that unless they can show that they do have a reservation and accommodations here.
Right, it's not for 14 days.
We have been allowing them, if they're not going to be here for the entire 14 days, to turn around and leave.
You're allowing them, but you're not forcing them, so they're staying and they're not complying with the 14 days. And that's why we're seeing visitors still going to beaches and so forth. So can we make that determination that if they don't have anything for 14 days or longer, that they have to turn around and go back?
We're supposed to be checking on them daily to ascertain that they are here under quarantine or they have returned. So somebody is checking on them every day.
Said they're not checking because they don't have the manpower to even check.
Oh.
It's not a hotel. If they're staying with family or personal, they are not checking even if they have if there was accommodation outside of a hotel. And so why have a 14-day quarantine if in fact you cannot require them to stay put for 14 days if they've got to leave in 5 days because they only have a 5-day reservation?
Okay, that's something we can look into. I don't know whether that's going to be a legal issue or not, but we'll check into that.
Why would it be a legal issue if we can send them back if they don't show a reservation?
Right.
Is it possible to have the hotels give General Hara a list every day or the day before of who is checking into the hotels?
I think they're checking that. They'll check in.
I guess we can check into that, although I don't know that he would necessarily give
because if they're not on the list for 14 days, then they should be turned around. The other thing is that we know that we still have people coming who have vacation rentals, which is supposed to be not allowed at this time, but they're still coming in vacation rentals. And I know because I have one in my neighborhood that I have reported.
Yeah, we all had a problem with the vacation rentals, as you may recall from when we were trying to regulate the Airbnb types, in that we don't know who they are or where they are.
Hold on, we're still getting feedback. I don't think it's on her end because I hear our mics.
So Linda, all we're asking is that if we cannot limit the travel, then we need to do a better job in making sure that they're complying with the 14-day. And they cannot comply if they don't have if the reservation is less than 14 days. So to discourage people from coming, which is what we're trying to do, is to make that directive that we need to have at least for 14 days so they can comply.
Okay, thank you. We'll look into that.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question about the letter before we move away from that?
Sure, go ahead,
Yes.
Senator Keo'o Polole. Yeah, hang on, Jared. Okay, you know, can we just recess for a couple minutes? We need Olelo to come check the equipment. Yeah.
This whole thing of working from home and working remotely, we're totally not prepared.
Because I'm the shopper morning by the way. But that might just be. heard only one.
We just got to talk loud, our mics aren't.
Yeah, you gotta talk to them,
One over there.
like on the TV. Okay, Jared?
Senator Kyoho Kalole.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Linda. Just so that we can put this Trump letter business to bed, all I would request that you take back to the governor is that he consider at his next press conference making a clear statement of the reasons why he has thus far elected not to join the mayors in requesting that the president shut down the airports. If there are legitimate reasons that he sees to not follow the governors with that request to the president, then that's his prerogative. This is an emergency situation. If you would please just make a clear statement to the public so that there's a transparent understanding of what's going on, I think that would be very helpful because it's really confusing right now. And his reasons are his reasons. I think it's in the best interest if he articulates those to the public. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, but can I just clarify, Jared, we're not asking the governor to shut down the airports. What we're requesting, because we still need the airports for essential travelers and air cargo, etc. What we're requesting is he asks for stop all non-essential travelers.
Joining with the mayors.
Right, to join with the mayors, the 3 mayors requested.
Yeah.
Didn't you have a RIMPAC question too?
Did you have a RIMPAC question too?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Senator Favela.
Yeah, so, well, we need to go a bit right into this and RIMPAC. Earlier point, I heard you saying that, you know, it came down to financial with the RIMPAC coming to Hawaii. With what's happening now around the world, I understand we need to be, and we need to practice, and we need to be prepared, yeah? But endangering the lives of not only the people of Hawaii, but the people that is interacting in this RIMPAC. I understand it does bring revenue to Hawaii, but at this time, I bring this up a lot. You know, we should not be worrying about profit before the people. This should not be a decision that other people outside want to say, okay, Hawaii, we will make them safe. None of us here sitting here, none of the people at home trust government. So how can we believe that the military is saying that they're going to keep us safe when there's things that they're not letting the public know what's going on? So they had more than enough time from the time we've been asking to now, more than enough time to make a decision to cancel it. But it seems like because they're the government and the federal, they're going to bring it and shove it down Hawaii's throat. That's what I see. Because they will say, they will take all safety precautions and they know better than us. But it does not make the regular citizens of Hawaii feel safe. Because regardless of the fact if they went with a fine-tooth comb and checked everything, something can happen. And then the bottom line is they're not going to release it, like how they said. They're not going to release all the information of the soldiers and the people that's getting tested positive they're in the count, but they're not going to be released. So to me, you know, we all know it's about, the bottom line is about money. That's the whole thing. It's about the money. So what we need is not only what Senator Michelle and all of us saying over here, and Senator Kim, is that he needs to start writing letters or make press conference to stand bold on it, saying that he wants RIMPAC stop. As the governor of the state of Hawaii and his constituents that live here in the state of Hawaii, we want RIMPAC stop. We need that kind of bold letters, just like how the mayors did, and jumping up with the mayors, with the letter to stop unessential travel to Hawaii. My problem that I have right now going forward is that this all can be stopped. Simple. All we have to do is have our airport here contact all the rest of the airports. Anybody on the manifest checking in with a 3-day or less flight, stop in their state. And they can do that. It's a phone call, email, text, whatever. We get technology today. So before they even check in to the plane to come here, they already know that the passenger 107 is only coming here for 3 days. They shouldn't even let them board in their state. But you're talking about prejudice or discrimination or whatever. In a time of crisis, we need to take the people that he served, us, we serve to protect them first before discrimination. Because discrimination, we can check them out later. And they will say, okay, the discrimination is here. Why was Hawaii discriminating these visitors from coming in? Because people is dying. People is sick. You just gave a count. It's not going down. It's going up. So we will keep having these guys come in for 1-2 days, okay? And then they're not going to abide by any of the rules, because why? They're only here for a few days. Why should they? And then another one that is upsetting is that same thing as Senator Kadani just said, the vacation rentals. How hard it is to not stop these guys from vacation rentals. We know all the illegal vacation rentals. She keeps track, Kailua, on Eva Beach. We know where they are. The enforcement is not there. We can report them, but it's not there. Everything stops by the airport. Airport, 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 airport. If we stop them there, we will have none of these kind of problems going around, and the community will have a little bit more faith in our government. Right now, they don't believe in what's happening, because we get mayors, county mayors, making decisions for their counties, and then we hear. And then we're waiting for the governor to respond, and then whatever his response will be is up to him. But please, just respond. That's all we ask. Please, just respond.
Okay, I just have a question on the follow-up. So when a passenger is going back to the enforcement of the quarantine, what's the process, and where are we at into stricter enforcement?
Well, the process is that the process is for these folks to be checked in as they come off the plane, and they have to verify that they have a place to stay. They have to note what it is. They are we now have this new web-based app that they log into to indicate where they are.
So is that required or optional?
Required. And then there is a follow-up check done daily to ascertain that they are where they said they would be. And if they come in and they don't have a place to stay, they are given an option of either leaving immediately or facing arrest.
Okay, so what's the stats on regards to?
I don't know what the stats are, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We can get that for you because they do keep track. There is a program for those folks who come here thinking that, low airfares, low hotel, what a great place for a vacation. But if they don't have a place to stay, then they are asked to turn around. If they don't have the wherewithal to leave, there are programs in place that will help them pay for their airfare back.
So who's making the phone calls?
The phone calls.
You mentioned that someone's calling to make sure that.
Yeah, I believe it's HTA.
So they have stats as to when they call, who's not there?
I'm sure that they do, but I don't know what those are off the top of my head. We can get those for you.
I guess we've been getting some feedback that some of these visitors are coming, and then they still show on Instagram or Facebook that they're out and about.
Oh, okay.
And as I said earlier, General Hara said that they're not checking on private residents. That if they're staying with private accommodations, that they're not checking. He told us that. He doesn't have, they don't have the capability to do that. They're not checking if it's rentals, visitor rentals. I just had a question. Someone said, we can prohibit cruise passengers from not coming onto the shores or not disembarking. So can't we do the same for the airplanes? If we can not allow people from cruise ships to disembark, can't we do the same for the airplanes?
I'll ask about that. That may be a little bit different, but they have indicated that they will allow us to be able to direct what happens to them once they get off the plane. So if they're still on the plane, I don't know what our options are, but we'll check.
Okay, and one last thing, Mr. Chair. You're saying that if they don't leave immediately, if they don't have a place to stay, they can be arrested. You know, we're going to waste our resources arresting these people. Where are we going to put them? I mean, we're trying to let people out of jail. So where are we going to put them if we arrest them? So again, it doesn't make sense to arrest them. It makes sense to send them back because it's going to cost us more. And if they have a round-trip ticket, then they should use that round-trip ticket to go back.
Hi, thank you, Linda. I have another follow-on question as you're looking at the quarantine, because our concern is if they're staying here, they should be in self-quarantine, self-isolation. That means not going out to the beaches or not going out.
Right.
So I don't know what your app is, but it should actually include some way that they report, or maybe even at a residence, that they are not leaving their room. I mean, that's what the concern is.
They can ascertain that they're not leaving.
Yeah, so can you look
I'll check into that.
That they stay put. That's what we're concerned about, if they're going to be off. And it includes the short-term rentals or their own residence that they stay put at home. Thank you.
Can we get the website address of the web app that you're talking about? Do you have it?
Not with me now, but I will make sure that you get it.
Is this the same one that the tax director, Rona, is?
Yeah, Rona's
Oh,
app.
she's not coming in.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you can get it from her.
What if they don't have a cell phone that they can download an app? Then what?
They don't download the app, it's web-based.
Okay. So how would they check in if they don't have
Maybe they don't have a computer.
That would be a good question for Rona. I don't know all the technology that's associated.
No, but I guess the question is if they're not able to go onto the app or refuse, then what?
Yeah, again, you know,
I'm not sure how you know they've done it.
Yeah.
That's where I mean, I'm not sure the process is where somebody from National Guard is going to be with them as they're playing, overseeing them actually inputting. I'm not sure what the process. That's why I asked what the process was.
And if they don't, then what? I mean, they get arrested, or do they get sent back, or they just? That's why I said, is that if it's mandatory, what's the penalty if they don't comply?
There should be some stricter enforcement.
General Hara, I think it was last week, did mention that they were looking at some facility to hold the quarantine arrivals. So
that's correct. If they don't have a place, they were looking at maybe putting together an option of going to a specific hotel or whatever.
But then again, we say, why are we going to spend our resources doing that? It's going to cost us quite a bit.
They would be paying.
No, but we have to get them, if we're going to put them on the base or put them someplace else, what are they paying?
It was going to be in one of the hotels that had volunteered rooms for that purpose. And they, but it, you know, in our
and how do we collect from
information? Well, they have to deal with the hotel on that list.
It's still National Guards basically securing the hotel to make sure that they don't leave.
But again, it should be for the full 14 days and not 5 days or 3 days.
Well, in the past, we have said that if they were only planning to come here for 5 days, you know, if they're going to be quarantined here for the 5 days, they can stay here for the 5 days, but then they have to turn around and leave.
No, but why would we do that when it's 14 days? When you tell somebody to come back from the mainland, you got to quarantine yourself for 14 days at home. So what if they say, oh, I only had planned to be here for 5 days, now I can go out after 5? I mean, it doesn't make sense. If it's 14 days, you shouldn't be on a taxi back to the airport. You're supposed to be quarantined for 14 days.
Well, I'll pass it along and see if we have.
And again, we did that to deter people from coming. So if we're allowing them to come for 3 or 4 days, you know they're not coming just to be quarantined here for 4 days. That's not why they're here.
I mean, just like right now, you're telling them that they'll be quarantined for 5 days. But if the 6th day they're sick, allow them to get into the car, infect one of our residents, infect the stewardess, people on the plane. I mean, that's the reason why mandatory 14 days was there. So if they have any symptoms after that, they'll be able to be taken care of in a timely manner. But you're telling me that 6 days they will leave and they're having fever and cough and they go out there and infect everybody at the airport. That's not protecting our residents. That's the problem I'm having right now. We gotta put them first. We gotta put our residents first. So I have a question, because we're bringing about the beach house rentals and stuff like this. What is the rental cars doing? It seems like they're still renting cars.
I don't know if that's the case. We can check into it. They did ask us a while back for a place because they weren't renting cars. They asked us for a storage area to store their cars. So we provided them with some parking areas. One of them is around the stadium because their cars were not on the road anymore. So.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm asking is because when we were picking up the essentials at Costco's, two families came in Jeeps. You can tell, but they're red like lobsters, and they're waiting in line to go shopping at Costco's. So how did they get there? They didn't get there on the bus. They came out of their Jeep, one red, one blue. So everybody in the line was all talking. They was kind of upset, and that's the kind of stuff that you're putting different communities in jeopardy by having these guys travel to the leeward side, going shopping at Costco's, and then heading out to Yokohama's. They have no restrictions because they have the vehicles.
Yeah.
So if they have the vehicles, how do we know that they had quarantine for 14 days?
No, that's a good point. We'll look into that.
I think, just let me add that there are, and what is, I think still legal are the long-term vacation rentals. And there are families out there that have been here throughout the winter season. Most likely if they have young children with them, it's not those families. But, just a reminder to the listeners out there that, don't give everybody the stink eye when you see them because you think they're, the short-term renters. They could be the long-term renters, and we have to show respect and aloha for them. But for what we're talking about are the short-term renters that we are not able to control. And I think what governor has to realize is that there are states where governors have National Guard patrolling the borders, and unless they are, their driver's license show them, that they are a resident of the state, they're not being allowed back in. And I think that's what we're asking when people get off the airplane and they're not here for the 14 days to be quarantined, that we be able to turn them around and ask them, tell them to leave, not ask them, tell them.
Any more on the quarantine?
Yeah, well, and just to follow up, again, it'll make everything here simpler for us, having to worry about these people if we just send them back. It'll save on resources, save on people's time. We don't have all that time and resources to do that. So that's why it's the simpler thing than having to put them up, having to call them every day, check on them, so forth. So.
At one time, I think, Linda, there used to be a nationwide law by the federal government that states could not send their homeless to places like Hawaii or Florida where, you had good weather all year round. And I think we are in a worldwide pandemic where states shouldn't be expected to receive people who could be infected, and we are worrying about our people, our community. And that is a good reason why we should be able to turn people around, and why the governor should sign that letter to the president for non-essential travel to stop.
Okay, any other questions, any on the flights or anything? Okay, so I wanted to move on to unemployment. So, Riker had mentioned that today, people are going to get redeployed.
Yes, that's correct. I talked to Scott this morning, and he's starting a crew this morning on claims processing.
How many people?
I believe he said he was starting the first group with 18. but,
Because I thought he needs at least 80 some odd people.
it may be that he's starting with his first 18. They're fussing with where they're going to put all these folks because, obviously the state buildings don't have room sufficient to keep everybody at 6 feet apart. So they're looking at other facilities to house these folks. At least initially, they had some problems, not only because of space, but because of the technology going to the DLIR building. And, I spent some time at DLIR and DOTAX, which are in the same building. And sorry, Doug, but you know this too. The pipelines for the digital work that needs to go in there. They had problems with the telephone lines going in there. I think the telephone issue has been resolved. I don't know whether the other server lines are fixed now, but I guess you're going to talk to Doug next. He can tell you about that. But the building has always had its challenges technologically. So, for instance, when we were putting in all of the DOTAX modernization IT work, we were constantly running into problems, did some minor fixes here and there, but the same things are going to occur with the UI database and telephone needs, and so they're in the process of gearing all of that up. It may well be that because of space considerations, because of the communications considerations, they have to move some of that operation off-site, and so they're looking at other kinds of places where...
I thought they started doing that already with Sandbox.
Sandbox is part of it, but it's not enough. Yeah. So they're looking even at other spaces like the convention center and so on.
It really saddens me to hear that only now we're being able to look at helping DLIR because the senators here, all of us offered our staff about 3 weeks ago. And I understand issues with, technology and not being able to set up, but we could have very well used this conference room. We have several empty conference rooms. This room alone could probably hold 20 people with our own phone system to help take some of those calls. I'm glad to see that you guys are getting started, but I just have to say, I don't understand why, the Senate, when we wanted to help, we're not allowed to help. So I don't know if that was your call, the governor's call, or whoever's call, but it's not like, we're lepers or our people aren't smart enough to help.
No, that had nothing to do with that.
Well, we were never given an answer. All we know is that nobody responded.
Well, we had technological issues. We had,
but nobody came to us. You guys made all these decisions on your own.
No, but Labor had mentioned that they needed the 82nd people a while ago.
So it was the staffing, and then not necessarily technology, but it was the staffing and being able to deploy people immediately to help DLIR, so there would be no fix now without having people trained.
Because the Senate clerk actually helped create a training manual for the 40 people from the legislature that was going on. I mean, that's the training manual that they're using now.
Okay.
I'm just not sure why you decided to not allow the Senate and House staff to help, especially when so many people need their checks. They're getting a difficult time accessing online. Nobody's answering the phone. It's not, one of the things that Senator Murdock had mentioned was if you staff up enough, then you can work 3 shifts, 7 days a week. But that doesn't seem to be where you guys are at.
Well, first of all, we have a lot of staff within the state government that we wanted to utilize. And, you all have been part of the criticism that we weren't utilizing them. So we wanted to go there to do that. And secondly, we had some privacy issues with regard to the information that's transmitted through the UI process.
Like what?
Whether it's...
Because some staff, what would be the difference between our 40 people and the 18 people you just talked about?
Well, For most of our staff, we do background checks.
Yeah, so where were the 18 people from?
I'm not certain.
How would you? Yeah.
Well, I didn't personally hire them. It was a.
And clearly, at that point in time, 2 weeks ago, if there was a background check, we could have had our staff go through that.
Maybe so, we are very grateful for your volunteering that, but at this point in time.
The problem is that we're all state employees, we're all in this together. So part of it is why wasn't there a better coordination with different branches of government, certainly, but they're all state employees. So now with the LNR having 200,000 filings and people can't get through and they have call centers, they're now having to train at this late date when we could have had 40 people already trained and working with them. So I think that's the frustration that we're seeing because we're hearing from people who can't get the filings through.
Yeah, so I don't think the response of "we're not there yet," which I know you're accustomed to saying, is the appropriate response at this juncture. And we really should be to tell Scott, what do you need, and then tell everybody else how do we help them get it.
Yeah, because I think the deployment as well. We have the 706 employees who are non-essential and aren't connected. Those should be deployed as soon as possible. I think I've heard also that people have been asked and they say no. There's no saying no if you're a state employee and you're not doing anything.
And you're getting paid.
So I think there's got to be some way in which the governor.
Yeah, but it's been on your desk. I mean, Mike had mentioned he was waiting for direction from you.
From me?
Yeah, the union actually came up with a press release last week that said that they're okay and they approved the plan for redeployment. And when we talked to Riker last week, it was still saying that they're in negotiations when that wasn't the case. The union had already mentioned that they're okay with the plan.
This is a discussion on Chapter 89 and how has he been working with the union so that they can redeploy different positions, different bargaining units. And he said he was waiting to hear from you, that you would be the one to tell him what to do. So that is the concern, is that if it's coming back to you to make that decision, that there should be more involvement of your departments to work quickly as their needs come up. And especially DI.
So that, going back to Senator Keohokaloli's question when he first came on in regards to the incident command and your role. Because as we talk to directors, it almost seems like you're a filter. And it ends up getting stuck on your desk or it has to get your approval versus getting these things of urgent need moving. So I still don't understand your role in this incident command structure and why things seem to be held up on your desk.
I don't believe that's the case, but
that's been the feedback from every time we've had these meetings.
It all comes to you, so I think if that's not the case, then they should be supported in moving as they need to move and in a way that will make them serve the public faster.
So you're telling us you didn't say to not accept the legislature salt?
I said let's use our state employees first.
No, but
We're not state employees?
No, within the administration because...
Yeah, but look, it took you how many weeks?
They're still not deployed necessarily, but they could have had 30 already working.
And people are, you see the news stories, we're getting all the phone calls. People are having a hard time getting through. And without the technology upgrades, the only way to help mitigate that is manpower.
So here's the thing. These meetings are public. The people are watching it. All this information we're telling you have come out. It's been transparent. So I don't know if you have anybody in your staff watching it, taking notes and going back to you saying, the department is saying that it's stopping at our desk. The department is saying this, so-and-so is saying that. Why aren't you guys following up on it? People are emailing us saying that we're ill-prepared and it's just excuses. It's like, Wada saying, I'm negotiating with the unions. When we checked with the unions, they said, no, we gave the response. So we keep getting these excuses. We asked you about the letter, why the governor signed, you can't stop the airports, because now we were asking. So the public don't want to hear excuses. We want to get it done. So why did it take us so long to identify 706 individuals, state workers, that are at home getting paid all this time and not doing anything. You know, I get these emails from people crying about the fact that they can't even get through the line. They can't even get a confirmation. They can't pay their bills. It's gut-wrenching to hear these people, because we got people getting paid and these people can't even get unemployment. You know, so why is it taking us so long to identify it? If not for this committee, we wouldn't have identified the 706 people. We wouldn't be here. So, I mean, we don't understand why we're so ill-prepared. Why are our directors waiting to be told what to do? They come in front of us and they say, oh, we didn't know we're supposed to do that. It's like, but you're the head of airports. You should make the recommendation to the governor, not wait to be told. That's why they're the directors. So it's frustrating, and you should see the kinds of emails we're getting, and we're saying that we're not doing anything when we don't have that power. The only power we have is to bring you in front of us and ask you folks these questions and hope that you folks are going to do stuff. That's the only thing we can do, and that's what I keep telling people out there. That's the only thing we can do. We're not even in session. We can't even pass a law or resolution if we wanted to. So please, I mean, you know, watch the hearing, listen to what your department heads are telling us, because we don't make this up. When they tell us that you told them not to come before us, I mean, they're telling us those things. And when they tell us that they gave the reports and you told them to give the reports to you, and we don't get the reports, and then you tell us that, oh, you don't even know you got the reports, I mean, it's like, it's not acceptable. I'm sorry. It's not acceptable. People's lives are in jeopardy. It's not acceptable.
So can the legislative staff start to help?
Well, like I said before, you know, our preference is to use the folks that we already have
I know,
on
there's
staff.
4 departments at least that said they need help, right? There's going to be DBED, there's Department of Agriculture, there's UI.
And we have 706. Why can't we do that?
Department of Health.
Department of Health with the contact tracing, they're going to need people for phone call. I mean, Bruce Anderson said they're going to need at least three times the amount of people for Cerro Park Division.
Well, I guess we can slot the legislative staff in, but I mean, I don't want to then get beat up because we're not using the people who are the non-essential workers at home. I mean, you know, so we're trying to follow what we've been criticized.
Yeah, let's do it then.
I don't think anybody at home cares if you call them back or not, but I'm just saying, we, you know, we're really willing to loan you guys stuff that we're sent, yeah. And this was
No, so
almost 3 weeks ago.
if you're going to get them all up and running ASAP and you still need people, we're willing to help. But if you're not going to get them up and running ASAP, then we want to send our people now to help. That's what it comes down to.
And we would welcome that.
Really needs help. So expedite the redeployment, and we've been asking Riker to do that, and he keeps looking above. So some way the two of you.
There's nobody stopping him from above
Well,
him.
I'm hoping he's watching this then.
Yeah, can we get a list of these 18, what departments they came from?
I mean,
what people are actually being deployed each day? Can we get a report back?
Can I just ask, I know DLIR will be here tomorrow, but you know, one of the things that I'm getting calls and emails over and over are, of course, how long it takes for them to get in, and I know they're overwhelmed, and I'll ask Ms. Murdock this after, but the requirement for them to call in the first 2 weeks, and after that is bi-weekly, I think that is also jamming the lines. Has there been any request by the governor to the federal government to release us from that requirement? Because I know it's a requirement. Because there are no jobs out there for people to go to. So can that be something that you guys look at, whether or not others have been able to release some of the requirements by the federal government so that it stops exacerbating the logjam and people cannot get in? And this is so serious because I know people who have been trying for 2 weeks and they haven't been able to get in and to register. And then once they're registered, it takes a week for them to get their claim number. So then they come back the next week to try and go on and put their, re-register or reclaim, whatever they're supposed to do, to say, yes, I was available for work, and I went to seek jobs at here, here, and here. It doesn't make sense to do that. They're just, jamming up the line. So
I'll check on that. I thought we had waived that requirement, but,
people don't know that. They're still trying to go on to file.
Okay, I'll check into that.
So can you get us the list of the 18 employees from these departments? I mean, we don't need their names. We just want to know which positions they have. Yeah. I guess part of Riker's comments were that skills needed to be matched, and one of the things that Senator Kim brought up, when it's just phone calls, why are we creating these buffers and extra layers when we just gotta redeploy people?
That's not a requirement from the governor's office, but I don't know why he's making that a requirement.
Okay, well, if you can follow up with him. Okay, any other questions?
Well, it is not.
Do you folks have a list of like this, of what the workers have been,
I'm sure Rucker does. I don't have that.
you folks, the governor's not asked for that?
No.
Why not? Because we don't have it we had to ask for DOE, we have to ask for UH. I would imagine that, you folks would have directed them to get that to begin with. Because you got to identify first how much resources we have available before we can even start to deploy them. So if we're not asking that question.
Well, I guess I view that as the DHER director's responsibility to keep track of who these individuals are.
Going back to your role in incident command. If you're in incident command, at some point you have a plan and you're to some extent barking out orders, right? You gotta get everybody, we gotta save this ship. Why are you kind of just waiting for people to come and say, should we do this, should we?
No, that's not it at all. It's just that I don't necessarily get into the weeds with the directors. If they are agreed that the plan of action is to deploy employees who are not essential to these various needed areas, I don't personally say employee A should go here.
No, we get that, but it wasn't even part of the plan to redeploy people. I mean, Riker only sent out those memos after the hearing.
We had talked about it previously.
But what seems to be happening with it is that they're coming in, they're saying, oh, we didn't know we're supposed to do that, or we weren't told. So they're waiting for direction, which they shouldn't be. I agree with you, they shouldn't be. They should be doing it, but they're not. So somebody's got to oversee that, because if you have a director that's waiting, somebody's got to be the one to say, no, you need to start doing this, give them direction, which is what our committee seems to be doing, because nobody's giving them direction from the top. Or telling them, we want you to be proactive and give us ideas. It's not happening. And if it is happening, then it certainly is not being related to us, because we get these blank faces before us. We had, what's his name from the airport?
Jamie?
The deputy.
No, what's his name?
Ford.
Yeah, Ford told us, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. Remember when we asked him about doing the 14-day quarantine, whatever, he didn't know any of that plan. It's like, it's frustrating to see that, because we need leaders. We need people to lead and people to recommend and people to, because they're the experts in their area. They should be the experts in their area, and they're not. And yeah, the governor can't do anything, but that's his leadership team. So if they're not doing it and it's not coming from the leader, then where are we? And that's what people are asking us. Who's in charge? Who's doing what? And then we hear that, you want everything to go through you. That's fine. But then you've got to then spit it back out.
In a timely manner.
Well, if we're not going on the response phase, you gave us a memo on the recovery phase, and that Alan Machine was in this aspect. I don't know if you're there yet, but how does that relate to the departments? Because the departments are trying to kind of deal with what's happening now, but how are they going to be involved when you move to recovery? And what is that interface? Because we need government to work together and we're not seeing that in the response phase. So what is your plan? What is the governor's plan in terms of how we stay together, moving ourselves together?
Well, Alan is still in the process of putting together the structure he's going to be using, but the expectation is that there will be representatives from each sector of the community, and they will be teamed with the various departments that are responsible and are engaged with that sector. So together, state and private, nonprofit, all the other sectors should be working together to come up with the plan for recovery. Very similar to, I don't know if you had a chance to look at what the House Committee was doing earlier this morning, but they listened to an extensive detailed plan from, I believe it was HMSA, but it was a plan that relied heavily on government activity. And I expect that almost any other kind of recovery scenario would include participation by various government programs. Certainly, as a result of the substantial amount of monies that should be coming down from the federal government to help in this process, would almost require some kind of input from the government side, because much of the monies that are coming down come with a lot of strings attached, a lot of restrictions. And so in order to be able to use those funds for the things that we need to do, we need to understand what those restrictions are and to comply with them in order to have the ability to fund whatever programs we need for recovery.
So who's in charge of the federal monies that come to the state and assure that those monies are coordinated with state funds and where we are on the other side of that, so that we use the monies to the best possible way, so that it will help us not only in response phase, but in recovery phase. Who's in charge of looking at that whole picture so that we know where we are as a state?
The entire cabinet is going to have to be involved because, as you may be aware, the money is, for the most part, with the exception of one pot of money that goes directly to the governor and the mayor. The rest of it is going down through existing pipelines. And there are strings attached, as I said, to all of those. In many instances, the departments themselves have to apply for the funds. So it's not just, you know, a gift that they send to you. You actually have to submit an application according to their guidelines as to what the funds are going to be used for.
But is there one?
Who tracks it?
Well, that'll be Rona. And there are representatives helping her from both the House and the Senate. In the case of the Senate side, it's Gil Agaran.
Helping her know what applications is due and when is it due that?
Well, maybe not so much when it's due and that sort of thing, but generally where the monies have been
That's not
allocated.
what Gil had told me. Gil had said it was about how he was asked to help give input on how monies are being spent on the neighbor islands, because he's from the neighbor island.
That would be certainly a part of it, and as you may be aware, the neighbor island counties were not part of the spending plan because the monies that are
So who's from the House?
Sylvia. So
And who asked, why wouldn't you ask me, since I'm the lab chair and you asked the finance chair?
They asked. They thought that you would be more useful, I think, on the on Alan Oshima's committee.
Who's there?
Your leadership, I guess.
Well, when I called Alan, he said he's not having a committee.
Well, maybe not a committee per se, but his organization once he puts it together.
Well, at some point, I'm not sure how you guys are going to be able to present what's the framework, what's going on, and who's involved? Because I think if we don't know, and you're telling us I'm supposed to be on a committee that I'm unaware of, then the communication, I think, needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Do you have some kind of back of the napkin or chart on how this is going to work, or?
I don't think the Economic Recovery Committee, I shouldn't call it a committee because it's not really a committee, it's an effort that's in which a lot of people are participating. But generally there is a group that is under the leadership of Arian Oshima working on the economic and social recovery. There's a group that is working on the public health crisis area, which is General Hara's particular domain. So
where do you have this all mapped out?
Well, it's in a variety of different documents, yeah, where we're,
I guess, Linda, what we're asking is, what is the framework? Where is the governor in charge of all of this? There's the economic recovery, there's public health, there's response, and where does it all fit so that we're working together? We have to all work together as a state. So if you can identify that for us and give that to us, even if it's a back of the napkin kind of form, who's on first, what's on second? That's what we need to know, so that even in terms of preparing a financial plan for the continuity plan, we need to know, because it's all interrelated. So who's doing what, and it would be really helpful.
Well, we can follow up with them and we can respond, so that we have something in writing.
Well, we'll respond as best we can. The intention was always that we would be working with the House and Senate on all of these things, but we're not quite prepared to do that yet, only because within the next, it's sometime this week, within the next day or two, in fact, because they have told us April 14 was the day that the feds will be issuing their guidance on where the money is, how it will be spent. We were told...
So the tax director is going to be the point person tracking all federal funds?
Yes. And
how did you guys decide that?
Well, because Rona is, in terms of her skill set, she has extensive experience in working with the federal funds, as well as with federal procurement. So that's going to be an important part, because although the funds are coming down in at least one instance in a lump sum, we are not excused from federal procurement requirements, and we would continue to be subject to audit down the road. So how we spend this money and what we spend it on is going to be very important. And we needed to have somebody who understood what that process was. And if you know Rona at all, she's very good with keeping track of the dollars and cents of what goes on, having been both at DLIR with me as well as at DOTAX. So she's very familiar with all of those kinds of processes. Some of you may know, she's an MBA. I believe her emphasis was in finance, if I'm not mistaken.
So she's on who's going to take her place as DOTAX director?
She's going to do both.
Okay, well, she's on the line, so we get to ask her all these questions.
So have any of
I
the
still don't
federal relief
understand the
monies,
framework of this, but
who's in charge of federal relief monies that's coming down, either it's UI or DHS? Who's keeping track of all those funds? Or
she's
has
saying
any
Rona.
of the funds come?
Any federal fund she's saying is Rona.
Well, to the extent that, as I mentioned to you, some of those funds go to specific programs.
But it still needs to be tracked.
Yeah, they'll be tracked. They have to be, because
under one umbrella, which is Rona.
right, we're trying to figure out how to make it easy to track those kinds of things, because they all, if you remember, it's a very short time frame.
So why not have budget do this?
Yeah, where's BNF in this?
BNF is working with them, but
She
somebody
doesn't
has
have
to
the same accolades for the budget director, I guess.
don't make any implications like that. I have a lot of confidence in Rona's ability to do it. And so she was the one who first came to mind, particularly with regard to the federal financing. There is someone at BNF, I don't know if you've ever worked with Mark Anderson.
We have federal funds, right?
Yes, and so the guy who does the federal tracking will be working with Rona as well. His name is Mark.
Okay, so what? Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure, because I'm concerned, that we're meeting all the deadlines for all the applications, because I know from UH, I heard from UH already, and I've heard from people in the private sector, private universities, telling me that there's this pot of money, but there's a deadline when it has to be applied. Who in the state is making sure? DOE, there's money for DOE. Who's going to apply for that? And what happens if we miss the deadline? So is somebody going to be responsible? If that's Rona, to be responsible, because if any deadlines get missed, then somebody's got to be held responsible or accountable.
She is not responsible for the deadline. She is responsible for making sure that the various departments are aware of what the requirements are, and they are responsible
Okay, so
for making
who's
the
overall
application.
to make sure that they're following it? Who's that person?
Well,
Is that Rona?
Rona is responsible for making sure that the departments are aware of what their
Okay,
responsibilities
so who
are.
makes a department? This goes back to even the same thing with DHER, right?
Mm.
Who makes sure that because if it's director to director, it doesn't seem to get the same kind of response. When the governor's office is involved, then at least you're directing the other departments to respond in a timely manner. And that seems to be where I think
Somebody's got to be held responsible and accountable. Who is that individual to make sure we comply with everything and we get all the dollars that's allocated to our state? Who is that?
Our priority is to use as much of the federal money as we possibly can.
if Ford was
Then that's not the
sitting there, he
question.
would have said me.
Yeah, Linda, that's not the question. The
If
question
Ford was sitting there, he would have said I'm
is the
responsible.
individual responsible overall. If anything
know.
goes
I'm
wrong,
not
who
sure
is that
what the question
individual?
is.
Where does the buck stop?
Well, it can be me. And I've already told you.
That can be me. We have to know who is responsible.
Well, you can hold me
It is
responsible.
me, or it isn't me.
But, I intend to work through the department directives.
Right.
Yeah.
So if there's anything that falls through the cracks, the buck stops at me, right? So we just want to know for sure
Yeah,
who we're
so-
dealing with.
Who has the information on what
Yeah,
what
that's
funds are
important.
available and when those deadlines are?
We will hopefully have that
You say by the
information
14th.
within the next day or so. They told us the
Okay.
14th,
Yeah.
but, it is
Some
what
of them
it
already
is.
have it, like UH, we have all the dollars amount published for all community colleges.
departments.
Some stuff has been released early, so for instance, if you remember the
No,
small
but we can
business
But Rona has a tracking mechanism, because then if not, we can just ask,
She's coming.
reserve those questions for her, if she has a tracking.
I don't know
But she
that she
she's not
has
in
it
charge
all
of that.
today, but
Which one is
it's coming out. Some of
She
it,
said
a
Rona's
little
not in
bit
charge
piecemeal.
of that.
that? Which part?
Tracking.
She,
That's what she is.
tracking, right? What is
Deadlines.
Rona's role again?
You can't hear me.
Rona's role is to oversee the distribution of the CARES money.
And to meet the deadlines.
Well, I
Well, to get the money, you gotta meet the deadline.
Right, the deadline, what is
But
required.
it's not coming, she's not saying it though.
I know, but
She
that's why I
says
say
she's not in charge of, Rona's not in charge of deadlines.
Yeah.
Rona's
So I make sure that the department directors know that they're responsible for meeting the deadlines. If they don't, then I guess it's my fault.
So you can see the tracking and you can see it's, and then you can say, hey,
Yeah, like
department
3 days
so-and-so,
from now, are
need
you
to do
ready?
it. Are you
Yeah,
ready?
you guys-
So something has to go back to the department, for sure.
Because it's a short deadline, it's a short fuse, you gotta be on top.
No, that's where I go back to, the essential, non-essential, because some of these guys gotta go and help if it's gonna be an influx of work with a short deadline, we gotta redeploy people or get people working on it quickly.
It could be as soon as we know what's required, I guess that's my hesitation.
I guess what we're asking for is there a little check sheet outline? These are the amount of funds available, these are the deadlines, and these are who's responsible to get it. DOE superintendent, UH so-and-so, this department, do you have a matrix like that? So we can see with the deadlines, how much money, what we can anticipate getting. Do we have something like that?
Not yet, but we could.
Yeah, you should, and then you check.
As soon as we get that
Somebody
guidance.
should call.
No, you don't even need the guidance, it's in the bill already. In the bill and what UH sent to me and what private people have sent to me, and I actually sent them the language to the chair. It shows what the deadlines are. It shows how much, it doesn't say how much money, but it's already showing us. So you should have the matrix with fukas in it, and as the guidance come in, now you put that in. But don't wait till the 14th before we even create a matrix. When we've had this guidance.
So if we can get that and make that, put it on the website for the public to see how the money is moving.
That would be good. Yeah, tomorrow is the 14th already. We should already have that.
I mean, you could probably either display it on the governor's website or toll taxes website or the Takayama website.
It's just to let the public know what's coming in, what we're doing. And I think it's really helpful to have for people to know.
Okay, so I have a question about, at what point do you look at the 706 people and say, okay, we haven't deployed all of these people, so what's your plan?
We only have probably another 2 weeks to go on this stay-at-home directive. So to the extent we can work on deploying them all by that time, what happens after that will probably be to some extent the result of what between General Hara and the economic recovery team figure is going to happen after April 30th. So the situation, I guess, will change. I'm expecting after April 30th. How it will change, I'm not real sure, but that will have some degree of difference in how the workforce is deployed and allocated.
So do you have a plan A, plan B? So, like A, if we stick to the April 30th, B, if we have to go past April 30th.
So what do you do with them now, between now and April 30th? That's 2 weeks.
So that would be what we heard is working on in terms of where they're deployed, where they're going. I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you one. Are you planning to furlough those that are not going to get redeployed?
There may be a furlough in the future, but at this point we're not talking about targeting a specific group.
So your furlough in the future is only the non-essential?
I really can't discuss that right now.
But if they're not working and they're not essential, what are we still paying them? That
Right.
seems that's where it seems that you need to look at the plan on furlough if they're not doing anything.
Understood, but my thinking is that we
April
would bring
30th
them
is
back.
2 weeks away. If you guys are planning to furlough people, I think it would be nice to let them know ASAP. And I'm not confident right now in what I'm hearing, Linda. I feel really, really badly for the state of Hawaii and the state employees who are not essential workers, because that was determined by, their own departments, I guess.
Yes.
And now we don't have a plan B going forward after April 30th is kind of what I'm hearing now. But that's 2 weeks away. So are you saying that April 30th, those who are not working may be furloughed? You're not giving our people out there any hope. And I'm not saying it should be one way or the other, because God knows there's 100,000 something people trying to get on the unemployment line because they are now unemployed and they're not getting paid. So I understand that. But we need to move forward. We need better planning. I mean, I feel so frustrated.
I guess we'll just have to follow with
And I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but the fact of the matter is, 2 weeks, people are out there, mental anguish, because they can't get phone calls today, tomorrow, the next day. Okay, so to say that we're not going to get these people into DLNR, into doing state work, so these people can get responses, it's going to take us 2 weeks is not acceptable. So we need to see a plan this week of how many of these people are going to be deployed. It takes only, what they said, 4 hours to train? 4 hours to train. So by the end of this week, we should have the whole department, whatever we need, in there doing work with these redeployed individuals. Because then it's a whole other week. We can't leave our residents in this no man's land. They don't know what's going on, and they're suffering.
A lot of people suffering. They really feeling they're going to be on welfare next. So
The thing that what I guess the reality is not hitting somebody's, not hitting everybody, is the fact that these guys are really getting threatened. They're not going to have medical. They're not having money for their rent or their mortgage. I mean, these are the things because of unemployment, not, getting things up to par. You could ask them to wait another 2 weeks, and then we might furlough another about 700 something people to now want to be battling with them on the same place where they never get in. You understand? I mean, I don't know how to fathom it, because if we went ahead and it was welcome our staff to come in and get trained for the 4 hours, then you would have 40 somewhat staff start the process 3 weeks ago. Okay, we can't do that now. But going forward, I say frustration as Senator Kadani, because I sit here and I keep writing long-term plan. We don't even have a short-term plan. How am I going to ask you if the governor has a long-term plan? Because after this whole April thing, are we going to relax? Tourists are going to be coming back in? I mean, these are the things the community want to know. Because right now, him and the Department of Health don't think what we're wearing at the social distance it should be mandatory. The governor should come out and make some mixed feelings and let everybody know, despite what Anderson is saying, we need everyone in the state of Hawaii to wear masks when they're out and about. Some stores are already putting signs. If you don't have a mask, you're not welcome in the store. But it needs to come from our leadership. It should come from the Department of Health or the governor. I mean, we get one mayor, he's making his own mask to tell everybody how serious it is to make one mask and make sure you wear it when you're out and about. I mean, I get multiple masks in different colors. I mean, we gotta let our leadership gotta start dictating our future of Hawaii, because we gonna get people right now. This is the part where we don't want, and this is the part all of our communities don't want. Desperation. Because people do stupid things in desperation. And when you're talking about feeding your kids, having medical, having a job, having unemployment, all those things, it's going to start frustrating. And if they cannot trust in us to do these things for them, the frustration is going to grow. And I know all of them, same thing, and all of the districts is getting the same thing as mine. Then what? Now we're going to have more homeless, because people who's renting one single-family home, who's renting rooms right now, who works at the hotels and the airports and all of that, don't have an income because there's no unemployment. So the landlord is going to kick those guys out. They're not going to have someplace to stay. So now we're going to have an influx of homelessness. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how else to say it, but that's why I kind of crossed out the putting the long-term planning there. But going back to the medical, our governor never asked anything from the government, as far as I know. I want to see a letter. If the governor can write a letter to the feds, and we're talking, you're talking about all these other states, New York, Chicago, all these other places. But maybe their governors would write letters and ask. I don't know if our governor would ask for these extra machines and more stuff. So it'd be good to see, or him come on TV and say, hey, Today I wrote a letter to the federal government insisting that we need 26 more machines that do 15, or we need this. The governor wrote a letter to the federal government. We need to hear these things because the community is saying, okay, we saying one thing, the mayor saying one thing, but we have no letter or confirmation that our governor is asking the feds, asking the president for these things. We're asking, we know that you just said there's only a limited time machine, and it's not like the governor can order it. It has to come from the federal government. So if it has to come from the federal government, shouldn't we be asking yesterday for more machines? At least in one letter, so knowing that they say, hey, I wrote a memo, I wrote a letter to the feds asking them for 110 machines. Whether we get it or not, at least we know our governor is asking on behalf of the state of Hawaii. That's what we want. That's what we want from him. If you can emphasize that, that's what we want from him. We want him to take leadership, saying, you know what, Mayor, you're right. You know what, I want to write my own letter to the president. Non-essential travel, I want it stopped. I mean, those are the kinds of things that bring back confidence. People that ease at home, that asking me that they don't get paid any mortgage, unemployment dropped the ball, they don't have money, they don't have fun. They cannot wait another 2-3 weeks. All of us, pretty much in the state of Hawaii, work paycheck to paycheck. How is this guy's going to work another 3 weeks? Do you guys figure out how you guys are going to use 700 something employees? How are you going to explain that to them? So we need to do something quickly, and we're here willing to help. All you guys need to do is ask, and we're going to help. But we need somebody to figure out how to ask. That's it. That's all I can say.
I hear you, but I guess I also need to say this governor is not the kind of person who makes demands. He tends to work within his system, and as a consequence, I think Hawaii is in a place where we get a lot of things that we do just on the basis of established relationships. This is the kind of place where those kinds of relationships really do pay off down the road.
Sorry, you're confusing me. I'm not asking him to make a demand and try to burn bridges for anybody. I'm just asking him to ask a simple request. Asking, I didn't ask you, Linda, tell the governor to demand this for the state of Hawaii. I'm asking you to have him to at least write the letter. I'm not asking for demand anything. Request. Do it in the friendliest way that how the governor writes things. That's fine. But write something on behalf of his people. I'm not asking him to demand stuff and burn bridges. I'm not asking that. I'm not telling him to be an angry governor. I'm just asking to go out there and show that his people that he cares. He will ask. He will write a letter. Dear President Trump, you handsome looking baba. Can I have some stuff? I mean, I'm not telling him to go over there and battle these guys on the feds that we're going to burn bridges, because we know, state of Hawaii, we need the feds' help. We know that. But just ask. That's all I'm asking. I'm not telling him to burn bridges or demand anything. A simple ask. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we should probably move on to our next person. But if you can just, whatever you can do to help
please
provide some clarity on some of these issues that got brought up. And if you can maybe circle back with Riker on the sense of urgency.
Can I just ask one question, Linda? I know that there's a mandate that if you're a renter and you're not able to pay your rent, you're not supposed to be forced to move out. And I wanted to know who can these renters call? Who's in charge of that? There's no number out there in the public that I'm aware of.
Yes, thank you.
That's only until April 30th too, right?
Right, but this is why I'm saying the April 30th deadline is getting to be important, because come May 1st, the next day, rent is due. How long are we going to have this mandate?
So that's why people need to know in advance. They're worried.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on a total side note though, can we engage Office of Planning within DBID so that they can start to analyze the situation on resiliency for the next epidemic or catastrophe, so that we're not taking as long to plan and implement as we go. So hopefully, if it's Office of Planning in coordination with Haima, really get these protocols in place so that we can modernize our effort for the next situation. I'm not sure if you can somehow relate that to that.
I'll look into that and see what we can set up. With regard to the renters and the mortgagees, we actually have in process another supplemental proclamation that will address that, as well as the mass issue and other things. So some of these things take a while for us to research and ensure that they're in compliance with whatever legal things are out there. So sometimes it may take a little bit longer than you would like, but we would just like to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
We don't have time. I mean, that's another thing. We appreciate the diligence, but we're in an emergency situation. People are dying.
Understood. We're doing it as fast as we can, but
and a lot of times the states are already doing it. The mayor's already asking for it. So it's, they're doing it on their own. Governor won't do it. You're researching it to do it on their own. Kauai is locking down. Oahu locked down this weekend. They're not waiting to figure out whether or not they meet all the deadlines. They're doing it, and I think that's what people want from the governor. They want more decisive action from the governor. Thank you.
Just one final question, Linda. I'm not sure who is helping with the Small Business Association. I think Hawaii probably has per capita the most small businesses in the nation. Knowing that and how we're going to get that money, fed through them ASAP, because this is part of economic development. Who is in charge of that?
We're talking about two different pieces of it. With regard to the Small Business Administration Loan Program, that's out of DCCA, DFI, the Division of Financial Institutions, because all of those loans go through a financial institution, a bank or a credit union. You don't go directly to SBA.
But I thought
who in the state is helping
rounding up the small businesses and making sure that they apply for the program. That should be DBED. So it comes from two different. So the banking side is at DCCA, and the small business promotional side is at DBED.
So do they have a rollout, a plan? I don't see any commercials on TV telling those businesses what to do, when to do it, whatever. So I'm very worried, because if we're talking about our economic development, it has to start with the small businesses.
Well, absolutely. I don't know what their promotional program is like. I do know that they are working with a number of the small business organizations, whether it's the chamber, including all of the ethnic chambers and other kinds of small business association types to get to them. About TV ads and things, I don't know about that, but I do know that they're working with
Is there some way that you can push that further? Going back to what Senator Kilani said, if there's promotion, because we were told when the SBA district director came that this is a first come, first served basis, so the more that people can apply, they'll be in the queue. But if they don't know about it, then we're going to be last in line. So if there's a way that we can push it as DBED to do this, that they should be out there putting something out there, even if it's a short little announcement.
I frankly think that the governor's office should have your guys' communication staff should be trying to help the departments get stuff out on the media, because people are sitting in front of their TVs all day long. They're not working.
Yeah. So, we've done a couple of press conferences about it, including having James Sawyer come on board.
I've seen that only because I was aware, but the general public is not seeing that, so they need those.
Well, I guess it goes back to if your communications plan is only a press conference, then that's something that we should target. But if it's an overall plan that includes a press conference.
It's for the industry, really, and the banks are supposed to be,
It's like
you know.
little ads, you know, so that people know, oh, I'm supposed to do this. Here's a number to call. Here's where you go. I mean, it's not a press conference they have to listen to.
Through social media.
And I don't know if they decided that maybe it's easier to reach the small businesses through their banks, because they'll eventually have to go to the bank in order to fill out an application.
Okay, so that's a good scenario, but do we know that the banks are, in fact, sending out letters or contacting all their small
That's
businesses?
my understanding.
Yeah.
I can follow up with them to see how much they're doing, but they're, they have been very active and right on top of it to the extent
We
that
can check with Dennis Day. Who's the person? Which division at DCCA?
DFI, it's called Division of Financial Institutions.
I've heard the banks are working around the clock and on weekends, like relatives.
Oh, that's good.
And
The
to
banks
get-
are at least working.
To get the loans and to work with their small businesses, getting that, so.
Yeah, but particularly because it's first come, first serve. And so when they, for instance, when they first opened the program, they opened it on East Coast time. So a number of the banks actually, stayed up until 2 o'clock in the morning, so they could be first in
That's
line to
awesome.
file. Yeah.
Okay, so I just had more of a technical question. When you ask for the departments to turn in their budget, they have a deadline. And mine is BNF goes through it, and then the governor's office goes through it before you determine, okay, this is going to be the budget that we send out to the legislature. Did you follow a similar process when it came to essential and non-essential employees?
They did not.
Are you planning
We
to?
left it up to the individual department directors.
But if
to
you
do
did that,
I wasn't going to second guess them on who was essential and non-essential.
well, because there were some people on there, for instance, Deeper had about 18 people in there for hiring. They were just there to hire people, and we thought that there was a freeze going on. So why would we just need 18 people dedicated to hiring people?
And again, I am not going to second guess them on whether those folks are needed or not, maybe for other things. Maybe they were doing background checks or, I don't know the individuals that they're targeting. So that's something that the department directors were required to do.
I also got an email from someone saying that they were told that DLNR were going to hire people, going to hire 80, 90 hires to do the work. And we're saying, why are you going to do 80, 90 hires when you have all these people at home? So can we get on the record that we're not hiring any people right now unless they're specific, like maybe IT where you don't have those specialties?
We have a memo out for our hiring freeze. And that includes, regular employees as well as 80, 90 hires.
Okay, so no, we're not hiring.
No.
We're deploying.
We do have an appeals process, and for purposes like you indicated, there's a particular position that's very technical or specialized.
Right.
So there's an appeals process for that, but otherwise there is a hiring.
Specialized that we need now, not specialized we need later, right? Like to fix our computers in the labor office that's not working correctly. Okay.
Okay, so at some point though, you don't plan on reviewing any of that essential, non-essential?
I will consider it since you brought it up, but I hadn't been planning to. And maybe what's really needed is to give more specific direction to the department directors. I try not to micromanage them, especially with personnel, since I don't know any of the personnel.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you have to do that. I mean, I just think it would be good to have another pair of eyes.
No, you raise a good point.
Just to make sure that it's justified, that it's essential, non-essential.
Yeah. So maybe what's required is more specific direction.
Yeah.
To
You only
them
have
as
one
opposed-
Mona Suzuki, so I don't think she has time to do that.
No.
So you need to find someone else.
Because the essential workers that you have defined as essential workers are pretty broad. It's not the essential workers that, we're used to when you have a disaster, where it's really curtailed to health and safety. It looks like it's a broader category.
Oh, yeah.
So
Because
So
we
you
didn't
might-
close anything,
So you might want to check with your department heads.
Well, she just has to come up with a process on actually reviewing, similar to the budget.
Would be helpful.
That's why, I mean, that's a process that you already have in place.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you want to mimic that.
Yeah, well, maybe something like that could be put in place, or like I said, more definitive criteria for who should qualify as
But there
essential.
should be a policy at some point where departments are required to turn in a list every 5 years as to determine, so they can update what's essential and not essential. So that we're not in this place again. Because what would be difficult is, we've done it now, let's say 5, 6 years from now, then they're gonna have to make the same mistakes all over again.
Yeah.
If we can,
And I think in different scenarios, the definition of essential changes. So for instance, if it were like a disaster, and only essential workers need to report in the event of a hurricane or something like that. It's a different kind of essential than the kind of essential we have today, wherein, we make a determination as to who is essential to keep the services to the public open and accessible and those kinds of things. Kind of a different definition, but maybe we can work on mapping that out.
For example, on this 80-90 hires from the AG, there's like 10 of them, and this is what it says: maintaining the ongoing continuance of law enforcement activities and public safety of the state/community. So you got 10 of them working from home doing that. I mean,
They could be making contact calls for
yeah, I
the
mean,
general
10 of them are maintaining ongoing continuance of law enforcement activities and public safety. You know, nobody out in the streets doing anything. So those are the kinds of stuff that we're looking at. They're 80-90 hires. Are they still on the payroll? They shouldn't be. So, I mean, so you just look at this, it looks egregious when somebody oversees it, but if nobody's overseeing it and looking it over, it goes by the wayside. So we need somebody to oversee it.
yeah. And I'm not sure if you have people that you heard, because going back to the 18 people hiring, if this is their moment, or if this is the opportunity that they have to clean up DHERD or modernize DHERD, now similar to construction, right? There's not as many people on the road, so you can do road construction. And today it was mentioned Waikiki is empty, so they're doing a lot of construction in Waikiki. I would think theoretically, where there's not as much activity now, this is the time the department should be taking to modernize, since they may not have as much traffic. So if DHERD is not in the process of constantly hiring people, this is their time to start looking at classification and all those other things that they said they needed to do but have no time to do. And if you have that many people at home, these are some of the things that they can be doing. Okay, so go follow up with some of the questions in writing. But we appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for taking a chance on us and coming down.
Yeah. See, nobody got hit.
That's real good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm long waiting. Apologize for that. Is Office of Enterprise Technology.
Thank you so much for being patient, Doug. Sorry.
No problem.
And then I guess you got to vote on those behind.
I think they're all
We're
watching.
not using the mics. How come the mic's not live, huh?
No.
It's going through a memo.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for being here.
Oh, it is on. Okay.
If I could just give a quick some opening remarks and tell you where things are at. Generally, I can say that the state's network infrastructure and IT infrastructure is working reasonably well and stable, with the exception of the unemployment insurance application, which has had lots of problems. We have a lot of risk in mainframe. It's our biggest vulnerability. Anything that's sitting there is a little risky. But in terms of having people be able to work from home We have a very robust work from home infrastructure that includes Office 365 and Adobe eSign. So we can see the statistics of people, how many emails they're sending, how many meetings they're having, how many documents are getting signed. For example, 30,000 documents got signed in the last month. Email traffic is up, meeting traffic is up. So we can tell people are working from home, and I think the state's business is getting done by the people that are doing that. The website that you asked about earlier is safetravels.hawaii.gov. safetravels.hawaii.gov. It is sitting on the state's Amazon Web Services infrastructure, and it's wrapped in EPS's cybersecurity to make sure. Safetravels.hawaii.gov.
Hawaii.gov.
It's in our system?
Is the visitor?
It's in the state system, yeah.
So that's the one where
visitors can go in and log. They have to go in and say, "I'm here for 2 weeks," and here's.
But you don't know how they're required. You don't know.
I don't know that.
Okay. You just know that the site is available.
Is it
Right.
operational now?
It is operational. Yeah.
Can we see how many people are logged in? Or how many people logged in? No?
We probably could.
When you say we probably could, who's monitoring it? Who's doing it?
I think tax is still monitoring, but I'll have to check and see. We provided the infrastructure, but we're not running the website.
Safe Travels.
So you're providing it, but we don't know who's following up on it or who's in charge of it.
Yeah, it's got to be tax or DOD. I can find out.
It's not, no, but
Rona's not.
yeah, Rona's on that one. Yeah, okay, what else you had?
Okay. We do have a robust infrastructure of citizen services where they can go online and do business with the state. There's 117 different applications, for example, professional vocational licenses or getting marriage or death or birth certificates. So those things are all available and up and running, so citizens don't have to go to a government office to get things like that. We are seeing a lot of movement in the state toward getting off of a paper-based system. For example, DAG's accounting is trying hard to make all of their forms electronic so that we don't have to push paper around as we have traditionally. So that's a good thing. On unemployment insurance, you asked earlier, or there was discussion earlier about the bandwidth going into the tax labor building. We just increased it by about 10-fold, so it was 100 megabits a second. We just increased it to a gigabyte a second. So we've substantially increased their throughput, but their main machine that they run on for DLIR and unemployment insurance is the mainframe, and it sits in Kalani-Moku, which is the ETF's data center. We have been making a lot of upgrades to the mainframe to try and help. The application, the unemployment insurance application, is a 20-year-old application written in some languages that aren't used very much anymore. And the front end of that for the citizens is a web interface that was built by a local contractor. And the interface between the two, the mainframe and the web interface, just couldn't handle the traffic that was coming through when the spike happened. So we're doing everything we can to allow more traffic to come through. One thing we did was we put on another web form so somebody could just fill out the form and send that in, and they didn't have to necessarily connect directly to the mainframe. And we're seeing about 5 times as many applications come in that way as come in directly to the mainframe. So that's been helpful. We've also upgraded every piece of speed that we could to make the mainframe, and we've given the unemployment insurance the highest priority on the mainframe for all the businesses done.
People are saying their applications get rejected, they get an error message, they gotta start all over again, they don't know if they're winning the first time, they don't know if they gotta do it again, and they're not getting any messaging back. So how is that?
Yeah, it's my understanding that if you successfully log in on the mainframe and you finish your application, you get a message back, an email message back that says you successfully completed your application and this is your claim number.
No.
Okay.
Well,
I'll check.
unless they've fixed it in the last week and a half.
Yeah.
They get that message, congratulations, you've completed your claim. You'll get your claim number shortly.
Yeah.
And the shortly was, for my daughter-in-law, was 7 days later.
Right.
So people keep
That's the
going in
one.
trying to get it, yeah.
Yep. So that message comes from the web form and not from the direct into the mainframe kind of application. So if you go straight in, if you're able to get straight into the mainframe, you will get a claim number. If you can't get into the web mainframe and you use the big green button and fill out the web form, then you get a message that says, we've got your data, but we can't give you the number yet.
Okay.
So if they don't get that message, that means their application wasn't accepted.
They're not in yet. One of the things that has bogged down the mainframe quite a bit is people going in trying to check and see the status of their application. So we've asked them to build a second, website where you can check status, where they download the data into that database, and then people can check against that, and it doesn't hit the mainframe. So we're finding a lot of different ways to take pressure off of the mainframe so that it can handle the traffic loads it's getting. And I know that for the last several days, when the mainframe has a problem with something, it does what's called an abnormal end or an ab end, and we haven't had an ab end for a while. So it does seem to be taking all the data in properly and ingesting the claims. There are a high percentage of incomplete claims. So a claimant might fill out the form and it's missing critical data, then those get put off, and those are the people that unemployment insurance has to call before they can get a claim number or finish their application.
Or they could have keep that before they completed. Doug, can you,
possible.
For the people listening on Alelo, can you give us the different logins for what you're saying, the mainframe and the claim form? I did not know that there was a difference in how you log in.
Right.
Because Scott Murakami gave it as, is it UI.hawaii.gov or something like that?
Right.
That's the only one I'm aware of, and it takes you directly to that frame where you have the green buttons.
The big green button,
yeah.
Right. I think it's hui.hawaii.gov.
Right.
But I'll have to double check that.
Okay.
I can try and look it up.
Yeah, because I did not know that there was another way to get to it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's out there anyway.
Right.
Thank you.
So those are things, we've made 10 adjustments, like I said, to prioritize and optimize to stop the ab ends, and that seems to have worked. The secondary form seems to work. One of the problems with going in the mainframe is the mainframe stops accepting applications from time to time in order to run mainframe processes. And so it's not 24/7. It can't always take an application. But the green button form can always take an application. It's up and running 24/7. So that helps. And I think when we get the status of claims system up and running, that will help too. And then we're working on preparing for, you have initial claims, which is mostly what we're seeing right now, and then you're going to have those all get converted over to being continuing claims, because we're trying to make sure that the continuing claims part of the system is robust enough to handle all the continuing claims that will be coming through following on.
I'm thinking it's those people that are trying to do their continuing claims that are also logging out the system.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
So I don't know if you were here, and I asked Chief of Staff Linda Takayama to have DLIR check with the feds if there is any waiver on that continuing claims for the present time, because give us a chance to let our system take care of the original claims.
Mm-hmm. That would be helpful. We still do not have programming to allow the $600 supplemental payment, so we're working on that. And we do not have the processing to handle the pandemic unemployment assistance claims that have to be processed.
That's the extra 600?
Well, the 600 is one, and then the pandemic unemployment assistance, I think, is for the people that aren't employed during the gig economy.
So all of it has to be manually done, right?
That's
right.
$1,200.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know that piece is not programmed in right now.
Gig workers, the ones that aren't usually in the U.S. system.
Right.
Yeah.
And it is sort of the problem, especially when you're dealing with old technology. If policy is ahead of the technology, then it's just going to take time.
So you guys have been laid out. I know Director Murakami really appreciates everything you've done to try to help them modernize as quickly as possible. But some things, I guess, can't be done while the system is at the capacity, being used at the capacity it's being used now. So do you have it laid out where what manpower is needed in lieu of the technology upgrade until you can get that
I can't say how much DLIR needs. We're kind of all hands on deck at ETS, so we have 10 of our best people working on helping them all the time.
Yeah.
And we're making recommendations, but some of them are a little scary, like fixing a flying airplane. You know, are you willing to take a chance that this might not work quite right if you do it? So we're trying to do things that are off system to divert some of the traffic away from the main unemployment insurance application. We were about a year away, and we may still be a year away from replacing the system. We had been working with the state of Idaho on a consortium to completely replace the system, but we're just not there yet.
I guess the reason why I was asking that question was really the redeployment of staff. Because if he needs all 706 people to help with calling back people, answering questions, even manually putting some of the things that you talked about that are not part of the system now, and I hope that DHERD can get that to him.
Yes, I mean, that's a decision we're going to have to make in terms of how fast we can go. I know they're doing everything they can. Their normal time to process from an initial claim to a payment was about 21 days, I understand. They're doing everything they can to shrink that to as few days as possible instead of letting it grow.
But it's going to be difficult with what you talked about, those two extra, programs that are not part of the system have to be manually included.
That's correct right now. Unless we can find a way to
So
build
there's
it in.
no outside company that could give us a quick fix? Excuse my ignorance, but
Right.
I'm asking, are there tech companies here that could do this on a separate contract?
Yeah, we do have one. We actually have 2 tech companies locally working on that right now to see if we can find a way to bring it up quickly.
Thank you.
So we're on it.
Thank you.
Okay.
And we also are talking to other states to see if they have the ability to process some of our claims. I think Scott was doing that.
Yeah.
I have a question, because Director Murakami was saying that prior to COVID, you were working on modernizing, putting information in the cloud. My concern is talking about the mainframe. It has DHS, it has DAGS information, it has DLIR. Is there any way that you can offload more of that so that we can process at least the initial claims coming in? And what will it take, and how can we help you get what you need to do?
Right. We were working closely with Idaho to find if their system would work for us, and we did a gap analysis, and there were very small gaps, but we weren't quite there. I don't know if we could bring that up in time to fix this. We will continue to build side applications to try and port stuff off of the mainframe. In a perfect world, we have a system like payroll, which has recently been modernized, where I have a system here in Hawaii, and then I have a duplicate of it in California. And if I had to, I could probably run them both at the same time. Here, I don't have that. I have one unemployment information system, and I don't have a duplicate that I can stand up and run. We may stand up a duplicate. This is one of the options we're looking at, is standing up a duplicate of the system in another part of the mainframe to cover the PUA claims.
And going back to what the chair was saying, is there any staffing, because we're looking through the 706, and there are IT people.
And there may be
this.
more because...
And how can we deploy them to your shop as well as the labor department so that we can get some of this work that needs to be done, if we can offload, how can we be done faster?
We have a very close relationship with the IT staff in all the departments, and so we do some job sharing already, like mainframe and DHS works with the mainframe guys in ETS, and they can do each other's jobs a little bit. But DHS is fully employed taking care of SNAP and TANF and all those kinds of benefits right now. And that's true for other departments too. We work with them as closely as we can, and if we need help, we'll ask them to work with us.
What about UH? Are you working with UH?
No, we haven't been working with UH. That's a good idea.
Yeah, because we're in the process of getting from them their list, but I'm sure they have a lot of IT people there that can help.
Yeah, I'll talk to Garrett.
And students, possibly.
I did talk to DOE. Their IT staff is working on their new financial management system upgrade, which is to replace something on the mainframe that they've had a lot of trouble with. So, but I'll talk to UH. They have a lot of great staff.
private sector, and you said you're contracting out with people who are knowledgeable about our system.
Yeah.
This is an emergency, so whatever you can do to deploy.
Right. We're working closely with IBM and Sirius. IBM is the mainframe manufacturer. Sirius is kind of who runs a lot of it for us. And then two local companies, Data House and eWorld. Data House built the web front end. eWorld is our mainframe consultant. So we do have a lot of consultants involved. It really is all hands on deck. We're sparing no effort to get this thing running as fast as we can.
No, we really need to move
Right.
quickly because they are very.
We certainly have to, and that's the way we look at it, is we're doing everything. Speeding up the network, making mainframe faster, coming up with creative solutions. My enterprise architect, who designs these kinds of things, his primary job is working on this right now. And I probably spend more time on this than anything else because I'm trying to help them come up with creative ideas. I think the idea to port the status checks off of the mainframe was something I've suggested to them to do. And the idea of having a web form off for people to file 24/7 is something I asked them to do. And there are a couple other things. So we've made recommendations, and for the most part, they're taking them. It's just they are occupied.
It's just that they need staff because until we can get it modernized to the point that's ideal, they need bodies.
That's right. Yeah, they're going to have to process the claims.
And who writes the program to say, we're offloading you, so don't panic, you're in the system or something like that? Who writes that?
Yeah, right.
Informational kind of notice on the site.
Collaboration.
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that they're getting a lot more. Like they put a lot of help files and information for filers and things. They added a whole lot of that to their website. So they're being very responsive to try and help people. I would say we're doing everything we can. It's a once in a century kind of activity that we're undertaking, but I think everybody's working really hard, and I think no effort is being spared.
We understand that. We appreciate that.
Okay, I had a question on what are we doing to ensure our infrastructure and mission critical systems are secure?
From a security standpoint, we have a pretty strong, solid security infrastructure. Do you mean from like cybersecurity?
Yeah.
Yeah. So people that are working from home are mostly doing it on Office 365 and SharePoint and an Office application called Teams. A lot of meetings are happening online and chat, and those things are all secured within Microsoft's infrastructure with some things that we've wrapped around it. Anybody who comes into that system has to use multi-factor authentication like banks use. So our number of multi-factor authentication people went from about 5,000 before this to over 10,000 now. So there are over 10,000 people in the executive branch that can go into their system with multi-factor authentication. So we have a lot of security in place around the system, and then the websites like the safetravels.hawaii.gov, we wrap some different things around them to make sure that they're secure.
Okay, as people have transitioned to work from home, what kind of collaboration tools and training is being offered?
Our main tool that we use is called Microsoft Teams. It's sort of Skype used to be similar, but Teams has added more chat and meeting capability and teamwork capability so that, for example, I have a team on unemployment insurance, and the people that are in that team can see everything that's going on. I can see the exact number of claims that get processed every day and where we have problems, and I get a report every time something runs. So the collaboration side has just been incredible. The downside is I'm getting overwhelmed with communication because I'm seeing everything that's happening all the time on Teams. So I still have Teams, and then I have email, and then I have other stuff that's coming into me, but texts and things like that. But Teams really helps us bring everything together, and it's been a godsend, I would say. And when I look at the traffic for Teams, it's logarithmic in terms of how much it's getting used.
Yeah. So I teach a class at HBU, and it's a hybrid class. So most of it is online, and I have to teach, before the COVID, I teach in person once a week. How do you think after this is all done, we're going to be able to continue to keep productivity high and allow some people to work from home? And what is that going to look like?
I think we're seeing now that people can work from home, and they do work from home. You know, the statistics that I'm seeing in terms of the usage of our applications is they're using them more now than they were obviously when they were in the office, but email numbers have gone up. And so I think we have the infrastructure now pretty well for people to work from home. There are some things you'd have to solve, like do you get a government phone number at your home address if you're going to work from there. But I don't think we've missed a beat, you know, for those people that are working from home.
It's just that, you know, for years we've been talking about in order to alleviate traffic, we should be teleworking.
Right.
And we've never really did it.
Right.
And so this has forced it to a large extent. And so how do we clean it up so that we can make this part of our culture?
Right.
And then if people aren't performing, then of course, then you know, your supervisor can call you back in.
I think Teams is an enabler for that because there's chat and other features in there. You can do an instant phone call to somebody. You can do a multi-person phone call or a meeting. You can call a meeting real quick. So I know who's actually on and who's not, you know, most of the day. And I'm getting, you know, back and forth discussions all the time. So it's about as good as being in the office.
But I would think we're going to have to retrain division heads and supervisors on how to deal with this new culture of teleworking.
Yeah.
So that we can make it more permanent.
I think that's right, and there are some things that come out of the IT world, like there's something called a Kanban board or Kanban board that has like work that's in backlog that hasn't started yet, things that we're working on, things that we just finished, and that can be done in Teams, and we're doing it in ETS. So I can see the progress of people's work as they go through, you know, over time. And I can say, hey, how come that one's not getting done? How come that one is still in backlog? And I can reprioritize things. So I think that, you know, we will develop more of those IT concepts instead of tracking work and becoming more productive.
I'd like to ask a follow-up question of Teams, because when we talked to the labor director, he said, you know, he couldn't have people, his staff, working from home and calling people because they don't have a government number. With Teams, you say that it allows you to phone people. Does that allow, could you use a Teams at work so people could call from home and with a government number or some number that's not their own personal number?
Right. That was not infrastructure that we had before, but we recently stood it up for the use of the state procurement office because they were working from home and they were looking for masks and respirators and things like that. And so in a test with Microsoft, we were able to give them phone numbers to use to work from home, and it would appear to be a government number that they were calling on across their phone. So it is possible. You can also just have a one-on-one meeting with somebody on Teams, even if they're not in government. So you can be a video or just a voice call. So you don't have to have the phone number per se. You can just have a direct communication that way.
So could that be done with these additional workers that we deploy to, or even labor department, if they have employees working from home, non-essential, that they could use something like Teams and be trained to do that?
It could be done.
Simple training program.
Right. I have to check with state procurement office and see what their experience has been, but as a test we're running right now for that purpose, rather than give everybody a cell phone, which is the other option, can we just use the phone service that's built into Teams?
And if it works, would you allow, would you let the director know? Because I think that was one of the problems.
Yeah.
Not having personal.
Yeah, I'll talk to Scott about that.
So I know Senator Kim was pushing, or had been pushing UH to do a lot of the things that they're doing online now. And unfortunately, it takes a situation like this to get some of the departments to telework and do things remotely. What do we have to do? So like going back to some of the training, some of the new protocols, so that this becomes, at least where it makes sense, a permanent situation.
Yeah. I think the infrastructure is there. I think more training would be necessary and probably more support staff to keep everything going and answer questions. And, you know, we have kind of a thin help desk. So, but certainly this could be part of a future culture for Hawaii workers where they don't have to drive into work every day for an hour and a half. They could work from home and be even more productive.
Yeah.
Because I think after you drive that far, you're worn out. And then you drive home, you're worn out. So it could be a great quality of life addition for people if they could work from home more in this environment where there is a lot of accountability. I think that you are available. And Teams also works on a phone.
Well, what about the mainframe component? Because that can't be accessed, right?
We do have a way to access the mainframe from another location using a government computer, using a virtual private network, and that is secure. But it's very kludgy. Really, we have to modernize these systems. DOE's, I think of the 7 main systems that are on the mainframe, they are all within a couple years of potential modernization. So we're not far away from, and so we were changing the way we were doing mainframe. We were moving to a cloud mainframe over the next few years because as things fall off, we don't need as much, and so we were able to reduce our consumption.
What would it, okay, sorry, but that's fine then. What would it take to expedite that schedule?
We have to reorganize our staff, among other things.
If you can just think about that.
Yeah.
I think sooner.
We were going through a reorganization in ETS in order to put more effort into modernization and more evergreen applications like Office 365 and things like that. So we're on that path. But we could accelerate it.
Yeah, I think because once you do that, then we can have DHERD and even some of the community college training, so that as they become state employees, that they have the tools and the training necessary.
Right. Yeah, we're in a good position to launch on that. We'll keep moving that.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Doug, along the lines of this discussion, what do you need from the different departments as they are implementing these work from home policy? Because you're getting real-time implementation. Every agency basically is conducting a remote work pilot project. So, if we wanted some sort of qualitative or quantitative, review after this is all done, we should start asking the departments that to collect that information now so that we can circle back and implement right away as soon as this is over. So what would you need in order to do some sort of analysis of that?
Yeah, that's a good idea. And we do work very closely with all the departmental IT staff because they are the front line in terms of helping people with all these different applications like Teams and Office 365 and SharePoint. Normally, my first measure of success is adoption. If people are using it a lot, then adoption is the indication that my investment was worthwhile. But I would like to hear where things could be made better, features people would like to see. I know, for example, that the Teams online meetings application doesn't have all the cool things that Zoom has. And so people tend to like Zoom better. Now, we have security issues with Zoom, so we don't recommend using it unless it's properly set. But Teams is catching up, and I think it'll have those features pretty soon. So we're comfortable, continuing our investment in Teams. But I would like to hear from people, and so I think that's a good idea too, to try and do some kind of survey of, what's your experience been like? What do you need that you don't have?
Well,
because preferably, if there's no loss in value from the operation of the particular programs, if they're doing it remotely, then I don't see a justification in returning back to normal. But we will need that data and some sort of analysis in order to work through the collective bargaining implications and other types of unforeseen implications of moving to a remote work.
Right, and I think there are issues there.
But unless you have real good analysis of the on-the-ground implementation that's happening right now, we should have 6 or 8 weeks at a minimum by the time we go back, right? We can't lose this opportunity for analysis and data collection.
And we've had issues there with things like, are you going to provide me with a phone at home? Are you going to provide me with a computer at home? And things like that. So we would have to work through those kinds of things. And one of the things we found when this all broke was we couldn't buy computers fast enough, because everybody was buying them. So we have made orders, and the departments have made orders. But everything is in short supply. Phones are in short supply, printers, everything. But we have managed to find them.
It's not so much going back to normal, but creating a new normal.
Right.
It's just an overall question. So we've been trying to modernize our IT systems, right, in all departments. Where are we on that? I mean, I don't want to long, I know we have time, but are we on schedule? Are we?
Within the legislature?
No,
well,
within the state.
Oh, within the state.
Right.
So there are 19 applications that we track that need to be modernized. We have at least a plan for all of them, but it's about a 4 to 5 year time window. In terms of the ERP, payroll is done. Time and leave management is supposed to go live for the first department, which is DAGs, in May, so in a couple months, and we're trying to stick to the schedule on that. And then that time and leave tracking should be up for most of the state, other than DOE or UH, by August is the schedule right now. And then we had a CIP request in to replace the FMS system, which is famous, which was $17 million this year, so that we could do that procurement and start that process.
So was DLIR on that system? Were they completed or were they in the queue or what?
DLR's in the queue, and they were about a year away from replacing this application, using the system that Idaho was using and then making some modifications to it. It would be a modern system. The disability compensation system is under redevelopment right now. The SNAP TANF benefits is under modification right now. EUTF is just finished a procurement, or just about done with the procurement. So a lot of these systems are coming ready for production or for development, going through design, development, implementation phase. A hard thing is going to be shifting enough state staff to man all of those projects. You know, usually a project, just as a rule of thumb, is going to have one state worker on it for every $1 million in the project. So if it's a $15 million project like payroll, it's going to have a staff of 15 on it. And so all these projects are not manning up like that, like they need to, and that will cause them problems. So we're trying to work with the departments to make sure that they go through the process.
But it's going to be permanent, right?
They're not permanent.
So yeah, once the project is done.
Right. So we do tend to build special projects for these kinds of things, where we bring in temp manning, but it's temp manning for 3 or 4 years, not a year.
Well, I raise this because in our emails and in the complaints we're receiving from people, especially those who can't get into unemployment, they're wondering, you know, we can do all of this stuff on Google, Amazon, and yet we can't even get a reply for unemployment. And you know, what's wrong with the state? We pay our taxes, so forth, and yet we're so behind. And I know we've been working on this for years. We've been putting millions of dollars into revising our IT systems, and we come to a situation like now with this pandemic, and it falls apart. Our system cannot handle it, and our citizens are wondering why. What have we been doing all this time?
Right.
So, you know, it's sad to hear that some of these things are going to take 4 years, 2 years, and it's crazy that it's going to take us that long.
Right. Well, we just have to keep making the investment to replace everything. We can.
Well, we keep giving you guys the money, so we think, it's just frustrating that we're not seeing the results right away.
I understand.
But if
we need more than understanding, though. We need something to be done. You guys need to tell us what needs to be done.
But if experts are saying that there could be a second wave of infectious disease,
yes,
right? I would think we would want to try to expedite some of these things, because no one really knows how long this is going to last, and if it comes back, it's going to last even longer.
Or if there's something else next year that's going to come about.
And if you can just take a look at how we might be able to expedite some of that. What about, because people are working from home, as you mentioned, there's a lot more increased web traffic. Our system can't even accommodate all of that.
Yes. We're not having any trouble with bandwidth. Where we have seen problems, we've upgraded the bandwidth to accommodate. But most of the traffic, like for Office 365, doesn't come to us. It goes to Microsoft. and e-sign goes to Adobe. So when we have those kinds of systems, it doesn't affect the state network when people are out of the office.
Thank you, Doug. In following up to Senator Keohokolole's comments, talking about things that we are doing now because we're forced to do, is there a way that you could give this body, the Senate, a report before session should start next year as to how we can continue to do some of the work at home things? How have they worked for us? And I think we would need information on the infrastructure, what funds we need to get it up full and running, because this impacts not just making sure the state's work gets done, but it impacts, like Senator De La Cruz said, our traffic issues, our climate issues, and all of this. So if there's a report that you could provide to us that talked about how well we did or how well we didn't do in some aspects of trying to do telework.
Right, we can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Okay, just
one question on the mainframe, because that kind of bothers me that it's so antiquated and we're still on it. So for example, if DAGS is going to be coming off of it, I guess, because it's modernized, does that, I don't know how this works, but is that more space so that we can expedite some of the other projects? Or what is the projected time frame for some of these other projects? Can any of those be expedited, made as smaller projects going off and getting into the cloud, and so that we can at least deliver better service among the ones that remain, but
right.
Some timeline?
The three systems that are closest to coming off right now are the unemployment insurance, the disability compensation, and the DOE financial management system, which are all currently either under development or we're pretty far along in a procurement. All of the other systems are either unfunded or they're in the very early stages, so it's still going to be 2 to 3 years away before we're able to turn off the mainframe and not use it anymore. And that's just the normal cycle of properly run IT development. So
is the time frame, for example, the DCD or the UI, is it possible for you to expedite that? Is it funding? Is it people? Is it the Idaho model? Or what is it that could expedite as we go forward?
I think for unemployment insurance, it is that Idaho model that we were close to getting in place, and Scott and I were working on that. So we had done a gap analysis. We're pretty close, but it just takes time for them to put it in place, test it, make sure it's working properly. But let me talk to him about what we could potentially do and whether Idaho has the bandwidth to help with it. Because my guess is they're pretty busy right now too.
So at least offloading some of that, so that I guess it leaves more room in the system to be able to do that.
And when you have a modern system like that, or our payroll system, it's so much easier to adapt if a policy changes. So in payroll, if we pay people 3% more or 3% less, it's an easy change. But in the unemployment insurance application, to add a $600 kicker is very difficult without really thoroughly testing the code.
So lots of departments, they're having meetings on Zoom. You mentioned that there are others, that the Microsoft program as well. But Zoom has a lot of safety concerns. So what is ETS doing to try to mitigate that?
We've been alerting people on Zoom in terms of what the problems are. There are security settings you need to make. Some school systems and governments stopped using Zoom because of problems they were having. People were doing something called Zoom bombing, like phone bombing, where they were sneaking into the meeting and putting up pictures and all kinds of crazy stuff. So the government agencies that are providing Zoom, I think, have it locked down. There are a lot of people coming in and say, hey, you can use my Zoom for free, and we're discouraging that from happening because that Zoom, we don't know if it's locked down or not.
Any other questions? If not, I know you have a lot of work to do, so we really appreciate you working around that clock.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have GoTax. are you on?
For an hour and a half.
Hello?
Rona?
I see the RS on it.
They pause, huh? Still green.
Okay, why don't we take a recess real quick so we can figure this out?
It's all over Facebook. They advertise.
He's texting me while they're watching you.
Andrew, it's on. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mona. Can you start over with the traveler app?
Sure. So as I was mentioning, so safetravels.hawaii.gov was started initially by DBED with the assistance of HTA, and then we were asked to help out because of the web app features of it. And so it's being used also by the Department of Transportation airport staff and Ha'ima staff who are operating the checkpoints at the airport. So it was a highly manual process using the AG form when we first rolled out the travel restrictions, including the 14-day quarantine for continental U.S. visitors and international visitors to Hawaii. And they were using the AG form as a way to do that. Then the governor extended this to inter-island so that everyone had to do the 14-day quarantine. What happens is when the person gets off the airline and they go through the physical checkpoint, they were turning in a paper, i.e. the AG form or the inter-island form that was subsequently created for this, and they traded it for an order, a copy of the order from the governor as to what the requirements are for the 14-day quarantine. And then they're allowed to proceed to their self-quarantine designated locations. And then the HTA staff is doing follow-up about to make sure that people are quarantining in place and checking on their health condition. So the Safe Travelers app replaces that. The contractor was contracted through DBED. And Bert Lum is the guy that's been doing that from DBED side. And we've been working with them to build up the features. And so what you have what's been deployed is a web app that allows the person to initially understand the requirements ideally they complete it from their point of origin before they even get on the plane to understand the requirements of what it takes to come to Hawaii. And by agreeing to get on the plane, and we have to abide by these certain requirements, i.e. the 14-day quarantine. And then the person indicates their travel plans, and then they get a confirmation screen. That confirmation screen replaces the paper form so that they can present that at the checkpoint at the airport in order to then proceed to their self-quarantine location. We generate reports on the back end that we send to HTA and the county as to the travelers that have registered through this app, as well as the information associated with them. Once a traveler proceeds to their location on a daily basis, they're expected to check in on the app basically to indicate that to test that they did do their self-quarantine and that we have asked them the same 3 health questions that the CDC recommends. So that way we automate the process so that they don't have to have we don't have to have someone call the person to check on what their status is. So basically it was an application of technology that was developed at the same time that all of the physical checkpoints and all of the physical work was being done by the airports. There's still paper being done at the airport because it hasn't been fully adopted by all parties yet, but they do have it as an option, and the paper is still there as an option. So the papers that are collected at the airport continue to get scanned and captured, and that other process continues to work. The process that was established for the paper continues to function as it was when it was set up. And does that help explain the app in general?
Hi, Rona. I have a couple of questions. First of all, is there a verification process? So for instance, if somebody puts in they're going to be staying with relatives or they're going to be staying at a private residence, I can see hotels can be verified, but how is that being verified?
So presently, the verification process with respect to the self-quarantine location, if there's a hotel indicated, my understanding is that HT is providing that information to the hotels so that they know to expect a guest who is going to be in self-quarantine. And looking at the data, that we have 1 day of reports based on the paper reports, and then we're getting more just because the people that are using the application, we're now able to see those data. And looking at some of those data, most of the people are not indicating a hotel. It looks like, because they're mostly returning residents or intended residents that are coming back, it appears that they're doing home location because they're community location.
Right, so who's following up on that?
I'm sorry?
Who's following up on them when they say that they're returning residents and they have a resident stay? Who's following up to make sure that that's true? Because they still have to quarantine for 14 days. And then the number of visitors, which is amounting to about 100 plus a day. And if they're giving private residence or in some cases vacation rentals, where's the verification that they actually have a place to stay for that period of time?
There are two changes. There was one change to the process such that if the person doesn't indicate their location that they have a place to stay, they are not allowed to leave the airport. So that was one change, I think, in a recent amendment of the order. And I believe one traveler was not allowed to leave the airport.
Yes,
Rona. In the terms of the other.
Rona, that's not the question. The question was, what happened? Is there verification on individuals coming in that is saying they're staying at a private residence or at a private address?
So that's presently being validated by HTA, and I don't know how many calls they're making. I'd have to get that information for you.
Okay, because when we spoke with General Hara, he said that was not being followed up upon. That only the hotels, because HTA were only doing the hotels.
I'm not sure about that. I'd have to check with HTA about that.
Okay, who is supposed to be the one to double check on these things?
My understanding is that HTA was doing the validation.
But not for residents. See, who's over?
I understand.
That's the frustration we're having with this committee and the public is having. Nobody knows who's responsible or who's accountable. Everything I'm gonna go back and check. When we talk to them, they give us one thing. Somebody should be word dogging these things because these are concerns that are being raised by the public. So one is the verification. Two is where's the enforcement? And who's monitoring the compliance?
So the verification process was initially set up such that HTA would do it. I was not aware that they're only doing visitors. And so we need to go have a conversation with them about that. With respect to the other enforcement, we do provide reports because the counties have requested reports. We do provide reports to the counties to facilitate their enforcement as well.
Well, but how are you enforcing this if one is not being verified? And two, what's the timeliness of this? Who sees the reports? Who's watching it? Who's monitoring it? And what's the time frame on that?
So the reports are with respect to the people who register from the application side are being generated on a daily basis. And those are transmitted to the counties and the parties, and HTA on a daily basis.
Okay, so if I get off of the airplane and I say I'm going to be staying at some house in Kalihi and I'm on my way, when does anybody know that?
I don't know that we do. So we had an issue with doing location services on the application. There's a privacy issue that we're trying to overcome. Because one way to do that is that when they check in at their location, we could do location services to validate that they indeed go to the place that they indicated on their self-quarantine address. We're working that out with the AG to figure out a better way to overcome the location services constraint.
Okay, does somebody check the address to make sure, one, it's a valid address, two, that it's not a vacation rental or Airbnb? Does somebody check that?
The party is allowed to indicate what type of location they're staying at, whether it's a residence, a hotel, or is a third category. I'm sorry.
Well, the question again is somebody verifying that that's a legal address or that is an address?
Not that I know of.
Okay, again, this is the enforcement. And then what about the compliance? How do we know that they're all complying?
We don't.
So there's no
So
compliance.
the thing that the app does is it asks them to check in every day for 14 days. if their trip or the duration of their trip, whichever is shorter. And if they don't, the exception report is provided to the counties.
How quickly is the report provided to the counties?
How quickly? It's provided on a daily basis right now.
Okay, well, you know, again, it seems like you have this app, you're relying on the app, and there's no enforcement, there's no compliance, the reports get generated, we don't know how long it takes. By the time it gets to the counties, my vacation time of 5 days may be over and done with. I went to the beach, I went to Makaha, I went to Costco, I did all the shopping, and now I'm back going home, and then the report finally gets into somebody's hands? Is that what's happening?
I understand your concern, and we're working with the AG to see if we can do something to do location services. Right now, it's a constraint that we're not allowed to monitor the location of that person.
Okay, but
using their cell phone.
But you can check to see whether an address is a legal verified address, can't you?
That would be an enhancement to the app, but we can't yet.
Okay, because if I'm coming off there and if I'm at an Airbnb or I'm on a vacation rental, which is not supposed to be allowed, or I decide to just make up an address or, you know, and nobody's verifying it, so what's the use of it?
Correct.
But these are things that we hope that you guys are verifying, that you folks are thinking of what the issues and what the problems are. Because by the time we get the problems, it's weeks late already.
Rona, can you just double check on this, because the condition by which these people are able to get off plane is that they need to be self-quarantined. That's the number one requirement. And so if you can't enforce that, it seems to me that they can be turned back, because the governor's proclamation says, you know, you shall self-quarantine. So these people are coming off and they're being told, okay, if you don't do that, you'll be either fined $5,000 max or a year in jail. So there's already the penalty of not complying. So I don't see what the problem is in being able to enforce that so that they get calls. I mean, we've got a number of workers that can make calls just to see that they're there in their room, self-isolating. It's not, you know, going off on the beach. And we really need to have the compliance in terms of their self-quarantine, isolation in their room, not going out. So there must be some way other than this app, which, you know, they can just use it and not really be in their rooms even. So there should be some way to verify that.
So this app was meant to to expedite the paper processing, to give the traveler the information before they leave their point of origin, so that they would understand the terms and conditions of arriving in Honolulu, in Hawaii, and what it means to self-quarantine.
I guess what she's saying is she's not.
To that extent.
Right, Rona?
Sorry?
I guess what you're basically saying is you guys came up to help develop the app, but you're not necessarily in charge of enforcing it.
Correct. So we brought this up, and we've had the conversation with DBED and HTA and the counties about how to beef up the enforcement side. Kauai County in particular has been very active to that regard. Our goal is to help give them information in a timely manner that would facilitate that. If we can turn on location services on the phone, so every time the person checks in with respect to their self-quarantine daily check-in requirement, so we can identify that it's indeed the place that they indicated on their self-quarantine address, location, then that would be a step in the right direction.
So Rona, this app is given to everybody who comes on the plane, before they board the plane coming here, so they have noticed that this is what's required.
Well, yeah, but we're not sure that they're actually doing that. How do you know?
So there are...
Are you giving it to them?
No, wait, you don't give it to them. I mean, someone has to witness that they actually
Correct.
Input the data.
So what happens right now is the airlines that are part of this association are now putting up this app link as a substitute to the ag form link that they had popped or presented on their website, so that people, when they're checking in, would be informed about the requirements of coming to Hawaii. They do not verify that upon their boarding. We only verify that upon their arrival in Hawaii and they're proceeding to one of our checkpoints.
Okay, so when they arrive, they get to the checkpoint. How is it verified?
So there are staff that are, I believe, paid for by HTA and that are supervised by the airport that are doing the physical checkpoint to do the initial verification that they either completed this form. Actually, they have to complete this form or a paper form, the app or the paper form. And then they right now need to sign a paper order. The paper order indicates that they've read and acknowledged every one of the lines in the order and that they're they're agreeing to comply with that order. Right. That's a new form, so that's an enhancement we're working on.
So is it a National Guard staff that verifies that?
My understanding is that there's a two-step process. I think they're probably working together. I haven't seen it, but there's a step in the process because the Guard was only added recently. So there's a step in the process that they also need to do the temperature checks. Now that was added about a week ago, I think, and that was I believe that's the piece that's being done with the Guard staff.
Okay, I'm still not clear as to who ensures that the app or the paperwork was filled out before they leave the airport.
There's a checkpoint that I believe is staffed by a joint combination of DOT Airport as well as some staff that was paid for by the HTA and the Guard that does both checks to make sure that they completed the app or the paper, validated against the government ID, have the paper order, the new paper order signed and attested to by that party that's arriving, and then they do the temperature check.
Okay, so how do they verify it? There's probably some, they can check on their phone or they have a laptop with them?
The traveler. The traveler presents their phone screen. There's a confirmation screen that they use to present at the checkpoint.
Checkpoint is at the airport.
Okay, so they have to pull up the screen or they have to have taken a picture of it that says, I completed the form.
Correct.
And you show that to the National Guard or HTA workers at the checkpoint?
Correct. The checkpoint staff.
And at that point, you leave. But as Senator Kim said, how do you verify that that information is correct?
The self-quarantine location, correct?
Yeah.
It's not presently being verified. Not that I know of. If HTA is only checking on the tourists, then we have a gap that they're not checking on the residents.
They don't ask them for a driver's license or anything if they're a returning resident?
Some people are, they do get a Hawaii driver's license, or they do need to present government-issued ID at the checkpoint, so they can validate that it's a returning resident. The problem that's been identified recently was intended residents that may not have, are coming here to another resident.
Okay, so can anyone surrender or agree to the fact that their location can be monitored for 2 weeks? If they're using their phone GPS?
We're not allowed to use phone GPS right now.
Okay, but what if...
We're working that out with the AG. We're trying to get that to change. It was our original intention to do that, and when they had legal problems with that.
Okay, so going back to the monitoring then, if HTA is only doing visitors and you're not sure who's doing residents, when we have 706 people still available to go work and make phone calls and for whichever agency is going to help oversee the residential component.
Agreed. It's on the list of requests.
So who is that housed under? Is that under the Department of Health?
I asked, Department of Health is doing outreach with respect to the monitoring of people who have been tested. It's not, they don't have capacity to go beyond that. It's a gap in our government that we don't have a group set up to do that right now.
So which department would it go under? Which division? I mean, it still has to be housed. Now that it's identified, it needs to be housed somewhere, and someone has to oversee it.
Correct. I've offered some of our staff at tax to do it if we couldn't find a person to do it. But everybody's pitching in to do different things.
So who makes the decision where it's going to go and when, and who's going to oversee it?
Right now, between DHERD and the governor, to the best of my understanding.
Okay, so the governor and DHERD has to decide which agency is going to do compliance and to monitor.
Either that or Hawai'i. I mean, General Haro is aware of this as well, so we're all having a conversation of where does this best fit.
Frankly, I don't see the point in making phone calls to visitors to ask them if they're in the room, because if it was me, I'd say yes. You have no clue where I am. So I don't know why all that time is being spent when it's not something that is proven. It's not really a tracker, it's just, hey, we're watching you, but we're really not.
But so Rona, so if in fact they're having to agree to be in quarantine for 14 days, can't they also agree that they will be tracked? Because this is
we've asked for that
agreement to be in Hawaii. So can't you put that on the onus on the person, the passenger? If you want to come here, you have to agree to be tracked and monitored because this is so important. And I don't think it's a privacy thing. It's a condition of coming into the state. Public health, yeah.
The app was initially built that way, and we had to turn off that feature because of concerns from the AG. We have a meeting with them today again, and they're working with them to figure out another way to overcome that concern.
Okay, and then I guess at some point it's an organizational issue as to who oversees and monitors it.
Correct.
Okay, Senator Keoho Kalole.
Hi, Rona, thank you. So as it stands now, the enforcement of the existing quarantine, I know because a lot of this falls outside of your purview that we're talking about. So the enforcement of the existing quarantine for tourists is HTA, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, for hotel, for tourists who are registered to stay at a hotel.
Visitors, correct.
The visitors. The screenings are the National Guard and the Department of Transportation Airports.
Correct.
And then they report to General Hara. And then,
that's my understanding, correct.
Okay, and you guys report to HT. And then for the app development, you report to ETS?
I report to DBED. DBED executed the contract.
Okay. And then, so that's Bert Longhorn or Mike?
Mike McCartney. But Bert's the one that is doing actually the work for it.
Oh, the actual implementation of the app, okay.
The execution of the contract and the management of their vendor.
Okay, and then you oversee that project.
I've been asked to help make sure that the application is going to meet the needs of what the airport needed.
Okay. By who? Chief of Staff.
By whom? By the governor.
Okay, right, yeah, Chief of Staff. Okay. And then so can they voluntarily, can users of the app, because I get it, it's a much quicker and more efficient method of complying if you intend to comply with the quarantine order. Can I, as an applicant, elect to opt into location tracking just so that I don't have to worry about anybody calling the room at the hotel, or I want to comply and I don't want to be bothered with it, I'm just going to comply. Can I elect to opt into location services?
We've asked the AG to consider that as an alternative.
Oh, because mandatory raises legal questions at the AG.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kim?
Who's the contractor for this?
The contractor is called Tapiki, T-A-P-I-K-I.
And do you know how much this is costing us?
I believe that the original quote was priced at about $65,000.
$65,000?
Yeah.
You said original, and then is there an additional quote or additional cost?
The initial contract, the $65,000 scope of work, was to build a minimum viable product that would be functional to do the functionality that was described.
So $55,000 to build it, or 65?
Build the web app, correct. 65.
And then
65.
And then after that, what is there additional stuff we're paying for?
There are additional enhancements that are being discussed, such as turning the application, the web app, into an iPhone app and Android app, so it can be operational from a phone. That takes a little bit of time because you need to submit it for approval and sale on those two platforms, i.e. the Apple Store and the Google Store. And so and it takes additional development to make it an actual phone app, a native phone application. And then there have been requests to do things like enhanced reporting and integration with the exceptions, those travel exceptions that you don't have to do the quarantine, because that's presently a manual process as well.
Okay, so we don't know when that phone app thing is going to go on, when it's going to be functional?
The other applications, the phone application?
Right, because if you're not doing a phone application now, what are you doing, just a web app?
It's not a web app because it was quicker for us to get up. If we can get over the objections or the concerns about the location tracking, then the phone apps make a lot more sense.
Okay, well, it just seems that if we're spending a lot of money and it doesn't do what we're expected to do, it doesn't do the monitoring, or we can't verify things, then it's like, you know, why are we going through all of this, creating the wheel and spending all this money if it's not going to do what we want it to do?
The initial application was built to replace the paper processing and to give the initial information to the traveler, ideally before they even arrive in Honolulu, or Hawaii rather.
Okay.
That was the original vision of this.
Right.
And then we ran into this problem about the location tracking, and that's a thorn in our side that we're still trying to overcome.
The only problem that I have with giving them information on an app, and I don't know about you, but whenever I have an app and they said read and accept, so you just scroll all the way down, you check the box and you accept, and you don't read it. I don't know of anybody who actually reads these things. So I'm concerned that they're verifying that they got it and they read it when they haven't read it. Exactly like the form, the egg form. It says, please fill out the form. And I know there's a lot of people that don't fill out the form because there's nobody really checks. Yeah. So, you know, you don't fill out the form, you don't report. And then if you do report the form and you put down that you have a pet snake with you, nobody calls you back. Nobody's there to pick it up because nobody gets the form till later, and nobody's reviewing it. So if the flight comes in at 11 p.m. and these people get off and they check the box and they said whatever, who's going to monitor it at 11 p.m. and catch them right then and there? When do they get it, and when do they call them back? And that's the problem we have right now with this application as well as the paper app, if nobody's following up timely.
We are working with the AG and the counties on increasing enforcement activities using the information both collected through this application as well as on the paper forms.
Okay, I can understand that. And one of the reasons we had when they came off the plane, they were going to be at a checkpoint and see somebody personally, is that person can then make sure and check on them right then and there, make sure they read it, make sure they turn in the form, short of just leaving.
That continues, so that process is continuing. The checkpoints do exist. The person right now is actually required to sign off on a physical order, a paper, initially next to every line item that they've read and acknowledged it.
Okay.
And then they have to present government issue ID, and they sign off finally that they understand the terms and conditions thereof. I can provide that form to you if that would be helpful.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
And then, Rona, I think what we'll do is, there's a couple of questions, but we can probably follow up with you later in the week, because I think by that time
Sure.
you'll come in with the AG and hopefully worked out a lot of these things.
Yep.
So Rona, both the visitors and returning residents alike are getting this form?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the word quarantine defined?
The self-quarantine is defined by the governor, the AG, the governor's order, I guess. There's a document that was issued to specifically identify what quarantine requirements are, including that you can't leave the hotel facilities and you can't go to pools and things like that. So if you look at the application online now, the first page of safetravels.hawaii.gov mirrors the exact language from the order.
You're saying that's for visitors, but for residents too, they're not allowed to?
For both.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. It applies to both parties.
But residents are allowed to leave if they're going to the market, if they're going...
No, you're not. What if you're quarantined?
You gotta have people deliver food to you.
Stay at home, you can. Yeah, stay at home. Stay at home, you can.
For the 14 days, yeah, so...
For the 14 days, you're not allowed to leave your
So the
residence.
stay-at-home orders is different from quarantine orders. But, so do the residents, the returning residents know that? I guess that's what I think is the difference here. Is that residents who are returning home, everybody else is allowed to go out to the market, etc. But they're being quarantined because they're coming from some place that we don't know whether it's safe or not. But I don't think, from what I've heard you discuss, that there is that difference made to the returning resident. Plus the fact that they can say they're returning resident and nobody is checking whether they are or not.
So, yeah, I hear your issue. The language on the order specifically says that residents, if your designated quarantine location is your residence, you're not allowed to leave that residence, that designated location. You're only allowed to leave the designated location for medical emergencies or to seek medical care. We could make that more explicit.
So Rona, why are they allowed then to leave after 5 days to go back to the airport and catch a flight?
Because we can't hold them. So the designation of that term is 14 days or the duration of your stay in Hawaii.
Who decided that we say duration of stay?
It's the proclamation.
I believe it was the AGs. I don't remember the details exactly, but it was, we couldn't hold them here for longer than 14 days should they choose to have a shorter trip.
But if they're in quarantine, how do you break a quarantine? If we're in an emergency situation and we have a mandatory 14-day quarantine, how do you break a quarantine? Legally break a quarantine?
I'll discuss that with the AGs. I actually have a call with them at 3:30 today.
Thank you.
Okay,
Can I ask one more question? Who approves the expenditure for this app? Where is the money coming from?
DBED did. The money came from DBED.
Okay, so I'm just concerned that you guys, put in place something before you knew how it was actually going to work and who was in charge of what.
but we can get reimbursed probably for this from the feds.
I think that's a good segue to the next topic that I believe you wanted to discuss, which was the federal funding.
What time is your phone call with the AG going to end? Because we might have to call you back on that, because we still have Riker on the line, and then we can call you back on the federal component. Is that okay?
Okay. I think we just pushed our AG call to 3:30, but I can probably move it back up.
Okay.
Can I ask a real quick question before you do it?
No, go ahead and come back.
Yeah, but I just...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Rhoda, are you folks changing the date of deadline to file GET tax reports? Because people are...
We're not.
I'm sorry?
No. We are not.
Okay, well, residents want to know why, because they're concerned that, tax filings have been moved, so and all these other dates have been moved, but that date has not been moved.
So the federal income tax deadlines were changed to July. Right. They did it for the tax year 2019 to delay the income tax payments as well as returns. We followed their lead with respect to income tax for 2019. We did not follow their lead with respect to income estimated tax for 2020. We also did not make a change to GE, TA, or any of the other taxes that are due and payable in Hawaii. This was in particular to maintain the financial position of the state, because we depend on tax revenues in order to keep the financial position positive.
But people are working and people don't have income coming in, and they're having a hard time. And how do we help them?
So as income tax goes, as people don't, like GE, right? If you're not working and you're not operating your business, you're not earning revenue. Therefore, you're not needing to pay tax on that revenue.
But you want them to report on time.
I'm sorry?
So you want them to still report that on time?
Correct, because if we know what's happening, the other purpose of GE and the returns, the periodic returns, is it gives us information as to what's going on in the economy. And we're sharing that information with the HERO, DBED, and other parties, because it helps us project what the economic activity is.
Okay, well, I hope you folks put this out to the public so they understand. They're not hearing the justification on some of these things, and they're having a problem, and then they email us, and we have no idea because it's not being shared.
We've been updating our website on regular basis with all of the questions that we get on a regular basis, and then we send that out periodically to our HTO. All the people registered in HTO, we have about 200,000 of them. And then every time a legislator asks us a question, we try to explain the same situation.
Okay, well, we asked it because the constituents are calling us and emailing us. So apparently,
totally understand, and we can send you.
Guys got to do a better
It might be helpful. So I guess what you're saying is probably would be helpful if we're proactively sending you that information as well. We can do that as well.
Whose call is it though? You unilaterally can just decide to defer?
Well, the Director of Tax has certain powers with respect to returns and payments. In general, though, we defer to the governor's office to do either an E or an EP. So we'd have to talk to Claire about that, about the right vehicle.
Okay, so you unilaterally cannot defer the...
Not everything, no. And even then, at a time like this, because there's so many directives coming out, it's generally better that it come out of the governor's office.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll call you back. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Riker. Are you on?
Hi, yes, Aloha Committee, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as a way of a quick update, our numbers for Category 3 employees did go down after some reworking by the AG's office. So the total number is now 631. The AG's, their Category 3 is now sitting at 76. I should point out that the original number included volunteer staff, employees currently on leave without pay status, 89-day hires, and staff who are not working, but who were working but not in their usual capacity. The department clarified the criteria and updated its numbers accordingly. Currently, the Department of the Attorney General has been able to provide VPN access to more staff, enabling more of them to telework.
We just have a clarification question.
Oh, sure.
I don't understand what you meant when you say the AG reclassified. Well, I'm sorry, can you review what you just
So
said?
from the 706 people, she had the AG had some people on the list that he says should not have been on the list, which shrank the list from 706 to 600 and what?
31.
31.
That's correct. That's correct, Senator.
Okay.
So not everybody filled it out correctly. I guess that's why I asked who verifies. Because every department is looking at it differently, and they have different definitions for essential, non-essential, and then the third grouping. And so because of these hearings, a lot of departments are saying, well, if that's the case, that wasn't supposed those people weren't supposed to be in category 3, they should be in category 1 or 2. So now, this may not be the first time we'll see that some of these numbers get reconciled because they're not all on the same page yet.
But it just concerns me that who's verifying that that's true
right.
what they're doing.
Well, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that correct, Riker?
Yes, that's entirely correct, Senator.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Again, just to continue with some of the information from the Attorney General's, the department does have more than 700 employees, and that most of them, including more than 200 Deputy Attorneys General, are working full-time via telework. Many are working additional hours as part of the state's response to COVID-19. For example, Deputy AGs are managing the email accounts for COVID exemption at Hawaii.gov, which has received a total of 3,716 inquiries, as well as COVID Kokua at Hawaii.gov, which has received a total of 611 messages today. They're responding to lawsuits related to COVID, advising state agencies, legislators, and governors on many of the unprecedented legal issues, as well as safety and health issues raised by the public. Well, the largest number of workers who are unable to telework are in the Child Support Enforcement Agency, CSEA. CSEA is not closed for business, and they're actively working. Between March 18th and currently, CSEA is working on a skeleton crew. They've processed and dispersed over 8.8 million in child support payments, providing continued financial assistance to children. They've responded to over 2,000 email and voicemail requests. They mailed over 1,000 pieces of correspondence daily, and they processed over 2,600 pieces of correspondence. The other piece that I did want to point out for the committee is we did supplement some of our responses and had additional responses. So there were 4 attachments sent to the committee. The first was a more detailed list of the 89-day hires from the executive branch, including their pay status and duties, a copy of communications to the executive branch departments about requesting volunteers, a copy of communications to the executive branch departments about the request for additional assistance and staffing, and a copy of the form that was requested by this committee for executive branch departments to then request themselves additional assistance or staffing. I think the most pressing issue that was raised in the last hearing was the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. So as an update for that, at the DLIR, the actual DLIR building for processing UI claims, 18 staff were sent this week. There were 15 from the Department of the Attorney General and 3 from DHERD. At the sandbox, they also have additional employees, and we're considering with DLIR if we're able to redeploy people there as well. There are additionally, and this is outside the scope of what DHERD has done, DLIR has worked out an agreement with the libraries, and so I believe there are 20, might be 10 librarians who have started work at a library's facility to assist with UI processing claims as well. And then coming up next week on 4/20, we will we'll be deploying an additional 20 to DLIR with another possible 20 to another one of their work sites. I'm sorry?
The additional 20 is from which department?
Oh, that's from that category 3, so it's going to be across multiple departments.
Okay. So the 15 from the AG and the 3 from DHERD are on the list.
Some of them are on the list and some were volunteers.
So
And then
today you have 18?
Yeah, he's saying that 15 came from the AG and 3 came from DHERT, so 18 people went over to DLR. But not all of them are on the list, so they could.
That's correct.
So they're either essential or non-essential teleworking, but they're going. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And you're saying 20 more are going to go on the 20th?
Yeah, 20 more are going to go on the 20th. That's correct.
Why on the 20th?
We worked out with DLIR what their capacity is for number 1 for training employees, and then number 2 for their technology limitations. And so 20 is the number that we've worked out on an ongoing basis. After the second 20 is going to be deployed, we're going to be continuing to see what DLIR's needs are and what they're able to intake.
So they're not able to take this 20 before the 20th? Today's
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So 7 days before they can use 20 more bodies?
That is my understanding, Senator.
But people are waiting now. People are applying and having problems now. They don't want to wait another 7 days.
I understand, Senator.
So, we're already 2 weeks behind.
Riker, at a previous meeting, I don't know if it was you or to DLIR, what we asked was, given the number of unemployment claims that we're having, why is the department not looking at doing more than one shift? I mean, maybe it can't be 24 hours, but maybe it could be a longer shift, and there are many non-essential employees who are at home that don't want to work during the day because they have their children who are not in school. So but they could work at a later time. So has that been looked at?
We've looked at alternate methods. What we're basing our DHERT shift of employees, our deployment of employees, is what DLIR is telling us that they have available. And so I'm not sure, and again, I don't want to speak for DLIR. I don't know if there's either a technological capacity or potentially, for instance, some security issues. I'm not really aware of those things, but what I can speak to is the employees that we have ready to be deployed.
Have you been working with DLIR? Because, for example, they have a call center. They have only so many phones in a phone bank, and so they can have so many people. But if you had, as Senator Kidani is asking, 2 shifts, so that you can bring another shift in when that group leaves, another group comes in, so that you have the numbers. It's just a matter of how you organize them so that they can deal with the problem that's at hand.
Yes, Senator, I can assure you we've been working pretty much constantly with DLIR. What mostly in terms of the call center is it's mostly a spacing issue. It's a physical constraint. And a part of that also is, again, in terms of having people be appropriately social distanced.
Right, so but they have the phone bank, it's only open from 7:45 to 3, so then you can have another shift from 3 to 6 or 7. So that another group comes in, if that group can't stay for that, they're only there for 8 hours, for example. Shifts.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the comment. I'm not sure what the constraints on the call center is. I do know it's a separate facility, but I will check with DLIR on that particular issue.
And when you said that you had volunteers, these aren't volunteers working overtime. These are people who are volunteering to go to help DLIR? Or these people, like the HRD people, are they working for you and then working for DLIR after the hours?
Yes, that's correct, Senator. So I'm sorry, let me just reference here. in attachment 1 that I sent, that was a little more detail regarding the volunteer process that we sent out. In short, what I did and some of the other departments did is we requested from our own employees if they'd be willing to help out at DLIR. So yes, they're as long as they are able to work out an agreement with their supervisor that they can go over. Basically, we're just redeploying on a volunteer basis.
So these are essential workers then that are being asked to, not asked, but they're volunteering, but still being asked, and they're working overtime?
No, this is not overtime, Senator. This is on their regular work time. So for instance, the employees from DHERD who are over at DLIR right now, they're being paid through DHERD's budget, but we have them volunteering over there. We've reached agreement with the employee.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a follow-up question that I had the last time I talked to you about the Pearl Harbor facility. If you look on Civil Beat on February 3rd, there was actually a news released on the details that I had explained to you on the facility in Pearl Harbor for the non-military people that was going to be quarantined, and in detail. Someone sent me the link and I looked at it. It was dated February 3rd for quarantine people that have the virus.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not sure how did. I'm sorry, Senator. What was your question regarding?
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine.
So what is your timeline on the 706 employees being
613 now.
Oh, 600, sorry, 631.
613.
13 or 30?
No, 31, Senator. 31, 631.
Okay, how are you deploying them? What is the time frame on that? You know, given that we are at emergency mode.
You said 20, not till next week.
Can we do it fast?
No, but it's only 20 people on the 20th, right? So what about the other, basically 600?
So I'm sorry, to be clear, on 420, what we're planning to do is redeploy 20 with another possible 20, depending on what DLIR's capacity is. And so again, what some of that is their call facility is currently being staffed by their own employees who are not part of UI. And so if DLIR deems it appropriate, they're going to start moving some of those employees back to their regular positions at DLIR. And then what we would do is we'd redeploy some of the Category 3 employees to that call center. As DLIR needs more assistance, we are continuing to build the list of people to redeploy over there. So Senator, I'm sorry.
It's actually more. See, what happened was Department of Labor was so short, they took from other labor divisions to go and staff the call center. So some of their essential functions have been on hold because they had to move internally. Now, if Rikers can move more people to DLIR, the call center, the essential employees from other divisions can go back to their work in labor, which would free up, which would mean more people needed at the call center. Right, Riker?
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Except,
and
I guess the concern is that, let's say it's going to end up being 100 people. The timeliness part is, I think, is what's concerning some of the members on the committee. So if they need conference room space, if it's just space, then that's something like we told the chief of staff, we're going into Kokua and we have empty conference rooms or things like that. When I'm not quite sure what the actual holdup is, if it's space or something else.
My understanding from our conversations with DLIR is it's one training capacity and the other is space, and some of their actual and again, by the way, I'm not an expert on UI, but some of the information they deal with, because it's PII, it needs to be handled in a certain way. So that's some of my understanding. Senator Moriwaki, to answer your earlier question in terms of timeline, all of our timelines based on the redeployment are based on the requests from the department. So until we get a better idea of what the request is from each of the departments, that's when we redeploy. So the list is effectively ready. Once a department gets a request into us, what we would then do is match up what their request is to the available skill set of employees in Category 3, and then they would be redeployed.
So for example, I see it April 3rd, that request from DIR is 89 people, and they've got like 2, 4, 5, 6 areas that they need help. So you have people waiting in line, so when they're ready, you have these people ready to deploy.
That's correct. What DLIR has done is, though they have those 6 areas, the 2 areas where they need the most assistance right now are UI processing claims and call center. And so that's the area that we focus our redeployment on those 2 groups of employees.
So you have people already in the wings waiting to be now going to DLIR.
That is correct, Senator. That's correct.
So if they told you tomorrow they needed 80, you ready to give them 80?
I don't know if we have 80. We probably have 40 right now, and we're continuing to.
That's the question we're asking you, Riker. Are they ready? They should be ready already because they already told us they need 89.
Senator, I understand and appreciate your comment. Again, we're basing it off of what DLIR is telling us they're ready to accommodate.
Okay, no, that's not the point. The point is they already said they needed 89. You probably need more. So instead of just waiting for when they need it, you should have 89 people plus ready to go. So if they say, guess what, we just got something, a room opened up, we can take 50 more people. You're gonna say, oh, I only have 20 ready. I only have, 30 ready. You should have them all ready. Correct?
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, so effectively we could, what the numbers that we have ready are based on, again, what DLIR told us. And so what we could do is if they gave us a request tomorrow for 50, we would be able to fill it relatively shortly.
What does relatively shortly mean?
We could probably run through our list in about a day to redeploy.
No, but why don't you do it now?
Yes,
so you don't have to wait a day.
I guess what we're asking you is, right now, knowing that these are the needs, can't you start looking at people, and like a recruitment, you recruit these people so you have them ready so that whenever the timing is, these people say, yeah, I'm going to be deployed there, so they know ahead of time, there's notice. So if you could do that on the front end, when they need them, you have these people already ready to assign. They're actually identified, So it's like...
Thank you, Senator. And that is the process that we're doing right now.
So, Riker, last time you told us that you were negotiating with the unions, so that's finalized.
It is not finalized. We are in the process of finalizing it right now.
So, but I thought we saw the press release from HGA that they already agreed to the redeployment plan.
We had multiple conversations. So yes, in principle, there was agreement, but again, the devil's in the details. And so we're finalizing that now.
What details?
So what are you finalizing? I mean, what are the agreements? I mean, just generally, what is hanging up? At least getting across UPW, HGA, the major unions.
Some of the information that the unions requested with regard to this process were which of their employees would actually be affected by this. And so we've passed over the list and we're waiting for responses from our unions.
When was it passed over?
I'm sorry. I believe it was, I'm sorry?
Yeah, no, the question was when did you give it to the unions and what is the deadline? Because we are in emergency mode, April 30.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure, no, so it was given this morning.
What? Only this morning?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Why only this morning?
We've been working and having multiple conversations with our unions, and this is when we got it out, Senator.
So is this a priority for them? Because the other alternative is that their members will not have a job. They'll be furloughed. They should be a priority for the unions and the unions reps to come to an agreement in relocating these guys to go to work, because then you're gonna have 631 guys who's gonna be furloughed. So they would rather have them be furloughed or have work. Because I think if I was a union rep, I would be working hard day and night to make sure I finish everything and finalize everything with you guys. Else my members would be furloughed. 631 of them would be furloughed. And then what they're going to be doing, yelling at the union because the union was sitting on their hands, right? I mean, wouldn't that be a priority for them to have their members working instead of being furloughed?
Well, right, I guess it's confusing for us because last week you told us that you were waiting you were still in negotiation, but then the announcement went out saying that they actually agreed to it. So the ball is actually in our court, and then now it's only today that they're getting the list and you're asking for additional information on the list.
No, so we're actually providing additional information. And so again, there is agreement in principle, and we're moving forward, and so we're ready to redeploy.
So what is the agreement in principle?
So it's the same process that we talked about last week, Senator, where employees in Category 3 who are in Category 3, departments will request assistance, and once the departments request assistance, we'll match up the employee's skill set with the type of work that's being requested. And so once that happens, the other things that we of course had to look at were geographic restrictions. So for instance, we wouldn't redeploy someone from one island to another island. But aside from that, once that situation happens, we will then provide information to the employee who's being redeployed, the department that is accepting the employee, the department that is going to be losing the employee, and to the union.
What I don't understand is this. Right now, we need people to have calls returned, things in this, and you see all this sensitive nature and you guys, and then you guys are gonna mess the people up. Okay, how much guys that is 631 right now can I answer on phone and talk to a person and read one list that says, you qualify, we're gonna be calling you in the next few days. I mean, how qualified do you need somebody to read off something that is probably gonna be script to them? I mean, you don't need a bachelor's degree to have something to answer on phone or phone numbers. I mean, you're talking about matching people up to the job. The job is right now returning people's calls in a timely fashion, so they're not stressing out about it if the check is in the mail or not. Because right now, apparently the check is not in the mail, and that's why they're worried, and now we gotta figure out how we're gonna match people up to their job. I mean, I don't understand. I'm pretty sure every single person, 631 of them, all pass the telephone answering tests right now. They can guarantee, they can fill those positions because I can guarantee you they know how to answer on phone and turn on one computer. So I think they qualify. But to the time you're going to deploy them a certain way, it's not like they're going to have to come together and they got to build a bridge. You know what I mean? Don't put together one schematic for one deployment for going to war. This is answering phones, monitoring phones. So please, I don't know how hard it is. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but 631 of them, I know they can answer the phones. And that shouldn't be hard for finding a job placement for them. So I just please, on behalf of the communities, expedite these guys to go out and answer the phones. I mean, I'm pretty sure they know how.
Well, last week, the Department of Health said that they would need about 60 to 80 people, if I'm correct, to help with contact tracing. And that's mainly phone calls too.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Favela and Senator De La Cruz. We have not received the request from Department of Health, and so Senator Favela and Senator De La Cruz, I don't think it's a issue of our employees' capabilities in terms of answering phones. It's in terms of the department's readiness to accept that type of help. And so we have our process out that is actually included in your materials as well, which I believe is attachment number 2. working on the process as soon as we get the request to redeploy those employees.
So the question to the director, can I ask you this? Can you ask the director, how much people can you think about the people that he needs when you're only gonna be able to deploy people of what he's asking, yeah? So him as the director, he has a director and he has staff, yeah? As we've been speaking for the last few weeks, days or whatever, they couldn't type up a script to say, here, this is gonna be part of your training, but this is what we need you for get the ball rolling now. He doesn't have staff that he could write a script and say, hey, hi, Mary. Yeah, we got your request. Your check will be in the mail in 2 weeks. I mean, how hard is that for them to figure out what script to give somebody in a different department to read it? That's all I'm asking. Can you please ask him that? Please? Please, can you ask him that?
Senator, I will definitely pass on your concerns. I think from what's been relayed to me, DLIR has been very diligent in trying to address their own needs, and I think they have. I think they have developed that script and that training. Part of, again, what the issue is a spacing capacity in terms of where they might be able to do this, where they're both protecting the claimant's personal information as well as being able to provide the service. And so I will pass on the concern, though, and thank you for your comment.
So how did you transmit the list to HGA?
Through a transmittal. We usually do it through email and hard copy, mailed.
When did you do that? Today? This morning?
This morning, Senator.
Oh, what time?
I'm not sure. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Senators, I don't have it right in front of me. It was this morning, though.
Okay, the reason we asked right here is because, you know, people are watching us and they're emailing us and texting us as these questions come up, and we were told the union said they never got the list. So can you can you send us a copy?
I will follow up.
Can you send us a copy of that list now, or when we get done talking to us?
Senator, what I can forward to you is the confirmation of the or the memo that we sent out as a transmittal. The actual list itself has union member information on it, so I cannot provide that, but I will send the communication.
Can you redact out that portion and just send us what positions you asked for?
Let me check. Some of the lists are fairly extensive, as you can imagine, because the it's primarily.
How many was on that list?
It was almost all of the included members for HGA and all of the included members for UPW. I don't know what the total is.
When you say all, do you mean all that's on 631 level 3?
No, Senator. We sent the list of all the union members for HGA and UPW, so it includes categories 1 and 2 as well.
But you're not redeploying 1 and 2, are you?
No, Senator. But they requested the information, and we're obligated to provide it.
Okay.
Because these are their members.
Right, but the only members in question are the ones you want to deploy. Is that correct?
Those are the affected employees. That's correct.
Right. So why couldn't that list have been sent prior? Because
we were putting together. I'm sorry, Senator. I didn't mean to cut you off.
From how long already? At least last week when we brought it up, we should have known beforehand that was going to be an issue. So why did it take so long to get them that redeployed list? Because those are the ones that they would want to know more than the others, right? I mean, there's priorities.
Yes, that's correct, Senator. So what we were doing is we were working under the with the guise of that we had agreement in principle and that we were going to be redeploying today, and so we worked on that. And in addition, we did receive information that some of the employees, like for instance from the Attorney General's office, the categories would change, and it seemed premature to send a list without it being a little more finalized.
And you don't anticipate there are going to be any other changes to this list?
I do anticipate in the future that there will likely be, whether it is because of attrition or because people leave for some other reason, that the list might change, or if duties or needs change for the department, it's likely that a department might move someone from category 3 to categories 1 or 2, depending on the need for a particular department. So we do anticipate the list will change.
Well, that's my point. That's my point, is that you're never going to have a final list. And so why, if you're going to keep waiting for the list to be changed, we're never going to get a list over there. So, you know, the list should have been sent over Friday or Thursday instead of today.
No, I agree, Senator, and that's why we did send it, but we did have specific information that the Attorney Generals would be changing their list. And so knowing that, that's one of the reasons that we held off before sending it out.
Okay, I guess if you can give us a copy of what Senator Kim's asking for, even if it needs to be redacted.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, Senator.
And then if you can give us a timeline as to when all these things are going to occur.
What particular items are you looking for, Senator? Aside from the next Monday, which is 4/20, the additional deployment for DLIR, we don't, and then possibly future deployments depending on DLIR's needs or other departments. Do you just want like a running update of that?
Yeah, so you can let us know which, as you begin to redeploy people, what's expected and what are the dates, and then when it actually gets completed.
Yes, Senator, we can definitely provide those running updates.
Because when the timeline for Department of Ag and some of the other agencies, when does that begin?
It's the form went out, so it's as whenever they send it in, we'll start working on it.
Okay, so do you at least have a follow-up if they don't get back to you in a day? Just to follow up, hey, we're waiting for you guys to give us that info so we can redeploy people, or is
yes, Senator, we already followed up with DBID and the Department of Agriculture. We have not followed up with Department of Health and DOD yet. That's not true. Our Deputy Director followed up with Department of Health, and what we're going to be providing them is some more information on what the process looks like. DOD, we have not followed up with yet, but Department of Agriculture, I'm not sure. I think they actually might have sent their request in to us. I do know that based on the form that this committee sent out, DBED and Department of Agriculture sent in their request on your form, and so I believe both are following up with their request on our form.
Okay, so just to reiterate, we have 18 people this week going, right?
That's correct.
15 from AG's office, 3 from DHERD. Then next week you're going to have another 20 people from various departments.
That's correct.
Possibly 40.
It's up to 40 depending on what DLIR wants to do with their call center.
Plus 10 in the library.
Plus the 10 to 15 people from the library.
Yeah, I believe there's 10 at the library, and there is, and I don't want to speak to this because I'm not intimately involved with it, but my understanding is the libraries is also going to be ramping up their assistance. So in the order of about 10 extra a week, but I'm not entirely sure because that's not our guys that we deployed there.
No, but you should be tracking which agencies in general, right?
Yes, and so we're trying to get more information from libraries on who those people are. We don't know if they are people who currently fall on category 3 list, and so we're following up with the libraries to get that information.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think what the state librarian and her whole department is doing is awesome. You know, she's allowing them to use libraries as call centers. Mm-hmm. They're using, librarians are helping. I mean, I think that's the kind of help that we need at this time. Okay, so
yes, I agree, Senator. And I apologize to the committee. I do have to get off. I have a meeting I do have to get to. Is there any final questions?
I have one. When you're working with the union, you know, there are 631 people that are affected. So these people in category 3 should be somehow notified that they are on that list to be redeployed. Is there anything going out to these people so they know that they're on the to be deployed list?
Yes, Senator. So we Yeah, we sent out a communication to all the departmental HR officers to give notice to all of the people on that list in category 3. And then additionally, when they're actually deployed, they will also be given a second notice with the actual specifications of the position that they're being deployed to, including the type of work they're doing, job sites, hours, etc.
So they're all aware that they can be moved will be moved.
Yeah, they're either aware or they're in the process of getting the mailing, depending on how the departmental HR officers are contacting them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, final question. I'm looking at your 89-day hire list. I can't understand what it means because there's no footnote there. So is it the red lines that they're no longer working?
Yeah, my understanding is the red lines are either they're not working or they've left, and so the position might be vacant at this point.
So every other one, all these 89-day hires are still on the payroll?
That's correct.
So I have like 12 from the AG office that says, maintaining the ongoing continuance of law enforcement activities and public safety of the state community. 12 of them doing the same thing, 89-day hire. When there's nobody out on the streets and there's nobody really out there, and the police, are they helping the police?
So, Senator, my understanding for the AGs is their 89-day hires include their investigations divisions, which is protecting the strategic national stockpile, in other words, the PPE supplies. And they're primarily handling security related to the cruise ships and supporting ESF 13 law enforcement responses to the county's needs for law enforcement.
Okay, well, there's a whole bunch of 89-day hires on here that I really don't understand how they're essential workers. So I hope you guys will follow up on that. Thank you.
And then, Riker, you don't have to answer now, but we'll follow up with a memo. If you can give us the new updated policy on teleworking or what you're planning on doing based on our conversation with Doug.
You know, I will follow up with that, Senator. I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of Doug's hearing.
So I guess the point is the new norm that we're trying to create now that people are slowly getting adjusted to teleworking. What is that going to look like for our state workers?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we'll definitely respond to that, Senator.
Okay,
That's something to work with the unions on that as well.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just going to take a quick moment and then the tax director is going to call us back about the federal funds and her role in coordinating federal funds.
Okay, so I asked SP if we can hold up that meeting till.
I said we can just recess. Recess.
5 o'clock or another day.
federal tax director. This time, instead of addressing the Traveler Act, we can ask her questions about her role as the central point in coordinating all federal funds related to COVID-19. So, Rona, would you like to kind of explain your role?
Sure. So the federal funds through the three different vehicles are, as you all have discussed earlier today, they're very vast and cover a lot of ground. What I was asked to do was to take a look at the funds that are available and work with the different directors to understand what they're working on to make sure that they're maximizing the use of federal funds. We do have the 1.25, which is actually $867 million. That's a special designation for the state level. And so that's the last pot of money that we're holding under the governor's discretion to determine how, as governor puts it, to fill in the blanks of what the other federal funding does not provide money for. And so what can we do to basically cover those last holes, right? And so what we've spent a lot of time doing is looking at the different grants and making sure that everybody knows the money that's coming through. The difficulty has been that not all of the grants are available quite yet. So while they do have deadlines coming up and the directors are working, the departments are working toward those deadlines, not all of them have guidance or specific deadlines with respect to them yet. So everybody's scanning the information that's available. There's a group at BNS, Mark Anderson's group, that's prepared to facilitate the tracking of the grants and the expenditures tied to those awards. But it's making sure we know what's available. And Senator Schatz' office has been very, very helpful in that process in identifying awards and keeping us informed as to deadlines and what they can be used for. That kind of summarizes what I believe this assignment was.
Well, my question had to do with the last policy. What are the three tracks that you talk about, the federal funds that you're looking at?
No, three different vehicles. So Senator Murdock, there are three separate vehicles. We refer to them as CARES 1, 2, and 3. But it started with the initial tranche that was, I'll pull it up, hang on. It was the original tranche of money that was primarily, I believe, UI. But I can send you more information because we have a tracker that Senator Schatz' office has provided to us, as well as one that we're adding to.
So is the tracker going to be available online for people to see how money's being brought in and where it's being spent?
You know, I'd have to talk to Mark Anderson. I don't believe that the state does put all of our grant programs online. I don't know what the capability is of that application where the tracker is. I know I don't know that it can be. I'd have to do a little bit more investigation as to that.
Rona, do you have a kind of a map or some kind of a chart that shows, you know, how much funds are available for each different areas? Like how much is out there for education, how much for higher education, how much for human services, so forth, and then a line item that shows what's the deadline for it, and so forth. Do you have something like that that we can ask?
I have a list of the roughly $4 billion in funds that we believe are estimated to be coming to Hawaii, and that's the list that Senator Schatz' office has been putting together. We've asked all of the directors to compile the additional information about the specific grants that they're particularly working on and tracking their deadlines.
Right, so do you have a spreadsheet breaking down that $4 billion and what the deadlines for applications are in each of them?
We have the list of the grant opportunity or the different opportunities. Please keep in mind that the $4 billion does include things like the SBA money and the PPP money, the payroll protection program money. So that's like all in of all opportunities that the senator's office is watching.
Okay, I understand that. What we would like to know is if you have some kind of a tracking sheet or something that breaks it down, and the ones that are affecting our departments and people that are constituents, and not so much a slow business, not so much the UI, not that, but for education, for UH, for human services. Those are the areas that also affect our budget. That how many grants are out there, when are the deadlines, so we can see this matrix. You should have that matrix. And if you do have that matrix,
we have a matrix.
We would like a copy.
It's being filled in right now.
Okay, so can we get a copy of that?
I'd be happy to share that with you.
Thank you.
So, when does your role in coordinating federal funds, when did it officially begin, and how long is it expected to last?
So it was, I don't know that's ever been official, but it started a week ago, kind of. I lose track of time. About a week ago. And it's to whatever duration is needed.
Okay. And your current staff is helping you with this, or how does
Correct.
So
Correct. I mean, we are because tax revenues are down. I mean, so we are tapping into some of our staff to help us with this. We are tapping into the staff at different departments to help us with this because there are various people that do have experience or most of the grants are extensions of existing grant programs. I'll use OCS as an example because I'm most familiar with that, having spent time there. TSAP, for the emergency food program that was under OCS, is getting additional funds. So is CSPG. So most of these programs are not new. They're expansions of existing programs, additional monies that are being deployed through existing programs.
Okay. I guess we'll learn more as time goes on then, as to how it's all organized.
Yeah. Yeah. So different groups are tracking different grants, and we're trying to find the ones also that are being tracked by the private sector, like the Healthcare Association, because there are a lot of grants that are going directly to providers. Same thing with education. There are a couple of grants that go straight to private education, secondary education entities as well. So those are a little bit different because the state wouldn't normally put eyeballs on those things because they're generally within the kuleana of the private entities.
Yeah, as long as there's a clearinghouse, I guess, if you will, to make sure that we can see the picture in its totality of how we're dealing with the federal funds. I think that's what kind of is being chased.
Correct. We're working toward that. We are asking everybody. It's going to take a lot of our cabinet members or a lot of departments to fill in this matrix.
Okay, so it's very nice. You with DOTAC staff, and then you get some assistance from Mark Anderson's shop.
Correct. And so we also have some people from, Sylvia has some people that are researching some of the grants as well because they were talking with Senator Schatz as well. We're working with some of the counties. We have a designee from each one of the counties that we're coordinating all of this with as well. Each of the mayors has designated a party.
Yeah.
And then we have people at BNF, and they're all over the place. IEMA.
I think that's terrific. I think that's terrific that your, at least your division or your department is accepting help from the legislature.
We're trying.
I have one question. But, I also saw that there's funding that's coming to departments if they're doing COVID kinds of work beyond what their normal, adding on to more services that they're doing. How does that work, and are you tracking that as well so that we can get reimbursed for anything that we're doing that's COVID related, and how is that being tracked?
So, Senator, I think the funds that you're referencing is anything else that we're expending it. And right now there isn't. The vehicle for that would be the Governor's Emergency Relief Fund. That's the $867 million. The question is, the challenge for that that particular fund is that we're not able to use that for any activities that are presently in our existing budget. And so there are constraints as to what we can use that money for. And so that's probably the biggest new pot of money that we all have our eyeballs on.
So there are...
Beyond that, there's FEMA money.
I mean, are there criteria that comes down from the feds for that, or is that anything that is not what you normally do?
The guidance for that is expected to be coming down later this week. We had good news today with respect to that money. We didn't expect the money to come down until the end of April, but they are releasing that money sooner rather than later. So the grant application for that was due today, or became available today, and needed to be done by the 17th. We've already submitted that for the state of Hawaii, and the county is working on its application in order to ensure that we both meet that deadline.
Okay, how are you coordinating with the disaster preparedness person in the governor's office? Doesn't
Disaster preparedness person?
Doesn't Hawai'i pay for one position?
Hawai'i?
Yeah, they have one position currently in the governor's office.
Not aware of that. There are a lot of people working at Hawai'i right now, or in the Joint Information. There's a lot of people just doing all sorts of different things right now. I'm not sure who you're referring to, though.
I thought we had a disaster recovery position that was in the governor's office.
I can ask. I'll ask Keith or Linda about that one. I'm not aware of that person.
I'm not sure if she can answer this. Like for people that with their tax return, whether they're filing late or never receive them, the so-called stimulus money, are they going to be receiving them if their tax returns hasn't been filed?
So the IRS, I think, Senator, referring to the IRS additional, I think they have a new word for it. They've just renamed it something else, the $1,200 or whatever the heck it is. That money is being sent out by the IRS to people who have filed their tax returns and have, first tranche is to people that filed tax returns and requested a direct deposit so that they can automatically deposit the money into those people's accounts. That should have started already. The second priority will be anybody that they don't have accounts for, and they're trying to figure out a better process for getting the money to those people.
Thank you.
Rona, I just want to follow
You're
up
welcome.
with you on the estimated tax. I'm going to read you an email saying, due to the stay at home and so on, and because the actual state tax due date has been extended, our accountant will not be able to provide our quarterly data by April 20th. Even their office is left hanging. So has there been a determination about the due date for the state quarterly estimated tax?
The state quarterly estimated tax due date has not been changed. We're asking people to comply with the existing due dates. So what happens is with estimated tax is that we don't reconcile the 90% payment until next April. So they have time to make up. It's not required to be equal payments across the year, so they can make that up later.
Okay, you shared that with us before you left, and I'm sharing this with you because somehow the messages aren't getting across to them, and even the accountants are saying that their office is being left hanging. So you guys need to resolve this somehow.
We will. We're continuing to outreach, and there are a lot of parties that we're talking to, so we will do better at that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we'll follow up with you later this week as to some of those things that we discussed, and hopefully by then you have some clarification from the AG on the travel app and how we can.
Yeah, we did just talk to them in the middle of this conversation, and they were tuning in as well. So we will continue to work with them. I'll get back to you as that continues to evolve.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your hard work and your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Take care now.
Okay, so,
Bye-bye.
So we'll adjourn. Tomorrow our meeting starts at 11. It's the Attorney General, followed by Department of Labor, Airports Division, and Department of Health.
And what channel on 11?
That'll be 49 tomorrow.
Channel 49. So, thank you.